Okay, I'm going to call to order the October 12th, 2020 work session of the Tipp City Board of Education, and we will do the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Dave. If you want to do the attendance.
Okay. President Dunaway.
Here.
Vice President Dahl.
Here.
Mrs. Heatherly.
Here.
Mr. Patry.
Here.
Mrs. Zakor.
Here.
All present accounted for, Madam President. There is a quorum this evening.
Great. So at this time, we're going to ask for an approval of the agenda. Can I get a motion?
Looking for a motion?
Yeah, can I get a motion?
To approve the agenda with the additional items?
Well, first,
Yeah, you can go
first
ahead
we
and
just
just
give
put
the
those in
approval
there.
and then we can add.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Approved in the second by Heatherly and Zakor, and there has also been a request to add two things to the agenda, which would be one, the use of the Board of Education attorney discussion, and also policy 51 discussion. So we would also like to add those two things to the agenda as well.
Where would they be added?
In discussion items.
And for
D
clarification,
and E,
Could we add those? I'm not opposed to adding them. Can we add them after the executive session? Just to keep the meeting moving, and because sometimes executive session takes too long. I'm just thinking of our time and everything.
Yeah, I'm up
that needs to be
for
discussed.
conversation. Go ahead, Simon.
Just-
I think you'd want to have it before executive session. That's what I.
Simon, you're getting ready to say something.
just to clarify,
Yes, sir?
who suggested and how that this get added? I know the answer, but I think the public should understand that.
Well, go ahead.
My understanding is that these were suggested to be added by our superintendent and treasurer to today's meeting, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And there hasn't been any deliberation or discussion by board members, other than we were informed that we may need to add this to today's agenda, correct?
That is correct.
Correct. So getting back to Corinne's question, does anybody want to throw out a suggestion on exactly where in the agenda it should be?
I believe it should stay with discussion items and not have a break between discussion, executive session, and then going back to live session with the public.
Can we do the executive, because it's been a habit that our executive sessions take a while. And adding two more discussion items is probably gonna take a long time. Can we do executive session first and then come out and have a discussion about this? I don't know why we're discussing, I don't know.
Right,
I mean,
yeah.
is there like,
I kind of feel that for the people watching at home, having it before the executive session relieves them of having to stay up and watch a blank screen, trying to find out when we get back on. And I feel that, to be courteous to the public, that we're going to be here regardless from before or after executive session. Might as well be here discussing these items before this long break so they don't stay up late.
You're saying, Simon, discuss those two before executive session?
D and E, basically, D
Yeah,
and E.
I tend to agree with that too.
Joellen, do you have any input?
I would agree.
Okay, so going by majority, Dave, we'll just make them D and E.
Okay.
Sorry, Corinne.
no, that's fine. Did you pass out any materials or is there anything I need to?
There was an email that went out today that it just had policy 5111 in it. All you have to do is go to 5111 inside board docs and it'll do the same thing.
Yeah, and I have a copy of it.
I-
Okay, I didn't say
I
that.
have a paper copy if somebody wants me to make more copies, if they want a paper copy, if it's easier to read.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
I'd
just want to be
like
able
one
to
too.
follow along with the
I'll
discussion.
take one if you're gonna copy it.
I would as well.
Mr. Stein, I brought mine. Do you need it to make copies? I printed it,
What is all that?
5111.
Mine just have 4 pages. That seems long, that seems bigger.
Oh, no, mine's the same, as long as you have it. If not, I have it here. It's, yeah, it's 4 pages.
1, 2, just 4 from.
I have mine
Teresa.
copied. Okay, so we were moving on to, oh, sorry, we never voted. Okay, so motioned by Heatherly, seconded by Zakor. If there's no further discussion, Dave, do you want to call for a vote? We're still on approval of agenda.
Heatherly,
Yes.
Zakor,
Yes.
Dahl,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Patrick.
Yes.
Mr. Stefanik, I'll turn it over to you for new business.
Any new business? Approval of the OSBA representative and alternate for this year's virtual conference, November 7th through the 10th, 2020.
Right, so this is something that I added, we do it every year. This year, because of COVID, this Capitol Conference is going to be done, not in person, it's gonna be done remotely, but we still need a representative and a backup representative. Does anybody want to volunteer?
What day is it?
Let's see, the
This-
business
Oh, wait,
meeting.
it just popped up. Hold on.
Yeah. It's the week of,
It's November 7th through the 10th, but I don't know when.
yeah, and there's like a
The
certain,
representative
there's a
meeting.
couple of different things that you have to attend
There's a business meeting briefing, which will be held on October 22nd.
at 6:30.
And then there will be the annual business meeting where you will vote on the policy changes and such on October the 29th at 6:30 PM. OSBA will email the login information to the representative that's selected here tonight.
I'm the president. If nobody wants to do it, I'll gladly do it. I just feel like when you're the president, if nobody wants to do something, then you have to do it, so.
So does anything actually happen during the conference?
Oh, yeah,
Yeah, this is just the delegate
Mhm.
Right,
information.
that's what I thought.
Yeah, so this is completely separate from all of the classes and work sessions that'll be offered online by
Right.
OSBA during the conference.
right. So I'll gladly do it, but we definitely have to have a backup in case I get sick or go out of town or have an emergency.
I'll be your backup then.
Okay, Dave, it'll be myself and Corinne.
Okay,
I already have one, thank you very much.
I mean, should we move,
yeah, we'll
vote on that?
yeah, we'll do that. So the motion would then be to approval of the OSBA representative, Mrs. Dunaway, and alternate Mrs. Dahl for this year's virtual conference, November 7th through the 10th, 2020. Can we get a motion on that?
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Any discussion? Ready for a vote, Dave?
Dunaway,
Yes.
Patrick,
Yes.
Dahl,
Yes.
Heatherly,
Yes.
Zakor.
Yes.
Motion carries. Mr. Stefanik, discussion items?
Yes, first discussion item revolves around the topic of treasurer secondary employment.
Dave, we'll turn this over to
So
you.
I will take over.
Correct.
So I just, in my contract, there is an item that states that any additional employment that I may look into as the treasurer of Tipp City Schools needs to be written, oh, I got the wrong thing here. It needs to be, I need to have written consent of the board. As I let the board know over the weekend, I was approached by the Fairborn Digital Academy. They are looking to replace their part-time fiscal officer. This is a part-time position that all of the work occurs off-site remotely after hours, except for the case of a monthly board meeting, which occurs on Wednesdays, the third Wednesday of the month, from 8:30 to 10:30. And that is done remotely through computer. So wanting to make sure that we're doing everything appropriately, want to take this to the board for your consideration. There's nothing to vote on at this time. Right now, the Fairborn Digital Academy is, the superintendent, Eric Trich, is working with his board to work on an offer for me. They will have their board meeting on Wednesday, the 21st of October, where they will officially approve me to be their fiscal officer. And then the Board of Education would then vote on October 26th for written approval for me to have the secondary employment option available. Are there any questions that I might be able to answer for the board? I mean, this is more just an informational item only at the time, so.
Does anybody have any questions for Dave?
Dave, I have a question.
Yes, Mrs. Zakor.
You sent out the email describing the position, and I noticed that there's, what was it,
Third Wednesday of every month?
The third Wednesday of every month from, is it 8:30 to 10:30 a.m.?
That's correct.
Yeah.
So how does that comport with your present job? I mean, I don't understand. If you're working 8:30 to 10:30 here,
My contract with Tipp City does not indicate a time that I have to work, just that I have to do 260 days a year. If I work more than that, I'm supposed to get paid more than that, but I don't ever turn any of that in. I just consider 260 as my contract. Take today, for example. I'd be working from 8 to 9 o'clock at night. That's 13 hours. So I would be flexing my time and would kindly ask the board consider me being away. It'd be like at a training session on a Wednesday once a month. And then make sure that no time is lost by making sure that all my duties are taken care of.
so
There
that's,
will be time put in some part of the day or the week to make up for those 2 hours where I'm working for the Digital Academy for their board meeting.
so that's every Wednesday throughout the
Just
year? Or the third Wednesday?
one Wednesday.
On Wednesday?
Yeah.
Throughout the year?
That is correct. I think that's what, 3 days total? I mean, I don't think it's very hard for me to flex the time there for those 2 hours. And make that up at another point in time.
What do you mean, 3 days total?
For the year.
For the year, if I did 2 hours every third Wednesday of the month,
24 hours.
that's
Okay.
24 hours,
Okay.
3 days. So, yeah, that easily gets made up by me during the, I'd say a month.
Okay.
So,
So I just was curious, I mean, I certainly understand your point because you work so many hours beyond 8 to 5. But what would you do in a situation where, let's say there's a meeting required on that particular Wednesday by this district?
I don't have to attend every meeting. I just have to let everyone know in advance. Just whatever's, Tipp City is my priority as my main employer.
I would share with you, Mr. Stevens, that I have some concerns because you are a full-time employee here. You are the chief financial officer, essentially, of our school district. Already, we task you with a lot of obligations that are taxing and require a lot of hours. If you're acting as a chief financial officer of another school district or this academy, even if it's part-time, it means you're having to figure out how to manage essentially 1.5 jobs. And the first one that you have is a career position that requires a lot of hours and not necessarily your 9 to 5 type of hours. I guess I'd have to understand the type of position that you're going for and what the duties are specifically and what the job description is to be able to discuss it.
I did include a basic breakdown of what this job includes. This is not like the treasurer. This job is not like the treasurer job for Tipp City Schools. This is more of a bookkeeper position that deals with the non-payroll side of the transactions for the Digital Academy, because all payroll side is handled by the Greene County ESC. And we're talking much, much, much smaller budget than what this district handles. And I'm basically doing purchase orders and checks, the 5-year forecast, which is much more limited than what we have here. This is a much lighter. I don't do the minutes. I don't have to do any of that. I wouldn't be running those meetings. I am more of just advisory person that's managing the books.
So you're like the bookkeeper?
And there's a bookkeeper position, correct?
I'm going by memory from your email. Did you say the current person told you it's about 6 hours a month?
No, it's
Okay.
probably be
Okay, I read
a couple to a few hours every week,
Okay.
just depending on,
6 to 8, I thought you said in the email.
I think I just said
Okay.
couple to a few.
Okay.
So it could vary, but this would be done in my personal time. This is not going to be done. Anybody that has any fears that I will be lax in my duty to Tipp City Schools would be mistaken. That would never, ever slack on a job that I'm being paid for.
I'm not trying to apply that, Mr. Stevens. I'm just concerned.
Is there anything in the, and also to Mr. Stefanik, I mean, I don't know about this, so is there any conflict in terms of statutory or
No, there's not.
in your contract?
It doesn't seem like it, especially since the person who's retiring.
She's just resigning the position. She's
Yeah.
already a retired treasurer.
In another district, yeah.
Yeah.
So she's holding down the dual positions, and so there doesn't seem to be any conflict. One thing to discuss, in school districts, the salaried employees, salaried positions, they typically don't have the 9 to 5, type of job, like every day you're in at the exact same time. As we have in some of the board meeting days, we're here at 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning, and we're still here at 7:30, 8 o'clock at night. They're just not typical days. And other days you get called to the ESC for a meeting, or something like that. So then you're out of district and your day is kind of chopped up in pieces. And so I think what Dave was saying, that on the one day a month, where he has a 2-hour board meeting for the other district, he would make sure that his hours here were taken care of. But then in addition to that, if you don't get things finished in your hours here, then you pick up remotely and you continue to make sure that everything is taken care of. And so I think that's where Dave would put a lot of the work for the other district, would be in more of a remote setting outside of the office here, get the work done for Tipp City at the Tipp City building, and then take care of the other district, from the home office, if you will.
And back to it is not unusual for a treasurer to have multiple positions in districts. If this was for another public school district or an exempted village school district, there is an ORC requirement that states that both districts have to recognize that I'm working for both districts.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So it does happen.
It does happen, yes, but because this one is a community school,
Mhm.
I was not able to find anything in Ohio Revised Code that stated that this was not allowable, especially since it's being done by multiple treasurers across the state. But I did ask the Fairborn Digital Academy superintendent to check with their legal counsel to make sure that everything is being done according to ORC. So once I receive any additional information on that process, it will be passed along to the board members and appropriately followed at the October 26th meeting.
I'll share with the board, the only concern I shared with Dave was a recommendation that he keep his timekeeping separate and keep record documentation of that. I know he works as a salaried position, but I think it's still good practice to always keep your hours. And even though we don't require, that you see your schedule and all that, I just think that that's good practice. And the other recommendation that I would add is that you wouldn't be doing that job on our server, on Tipp City School server.
Yeah,
Except for when I'm doing the online board meeting, I'm going to be doing it from here at work. Because I'm not going to go to their building. My thought was to just log on to their computer and watch online through their laptop.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, well, they give you like a,
No, what I'm suggesting is you're not doing their bookkeeping on
our device.
on our server.
Right, no. They'll be issuing me my own
or
materials.
book or laptop, okay.
That is correct.
So just explain to me again, Dave, the 8:30 to 10:30, one Wednesday out of the month.
That is their monthly scheduled board meeting.
So since you're scheduled here at 8:30 till 10:30 Wednesdays, how are you?
I'm flexing my hours. I will be still putting in 8 hours. It'll just be outside of
But will you be here during that third Wednesday? You'll be.
Yes, I'll be here. Yeah, so I'll still be available. Yeah. I personally do not foresee this to be any problem. The treasurer that I am trying to replace has been doing multiple school districts for years, multiple community schools and traditional school districts at the same time. So.
Does anybody else have any questions for Dave at this time? No? Okay, Mr. Stefanik, I think we're ready for NB.
Thank you very much.
Oh, you're welcome.
You're welcome.
Okay, item B is a library board discussion. There is some questions have arisen about Tipp City School District's Board of Education's role in the appointment of trustees to the Public Libraries Board. And so we opened up a discussion item here so we can talk through our responsibilities and a legal opinion letter that was shared. We also have, and she's welcome to come in for the work session. We have Lisa Santucci, the library director, if anybody would like to ask any questions of her. But I think she's still out there. Still out there. Hey, come on. I think we're inside the 10 people, so you can come on in if you want.
I can just stand.
Come on, give it chairs. Yeah.
Thank you.
Welcome.
So you met with Norm on Thursday or Friday? Which day was that? You had a Neola meeting.
Yes, we had a Neola meeting. It got cut short, so I met again with him this morning.
Okay.
Norm said that he did a search of the Neola archives, if you will, and he found several districts that have resolutions on their board meeting minutes for approving trustees to the local libraries board of trustees, but he has not found an actual template for a board policy or a procedural guide. So he gave me some names of some districts, and I can call them and see what goes into their process before their resolution actually hits the board agenda. And the closest one was actually Piqua. So I can call up the road and see. And then there's a group that kind of encircles Columbus, and so we can call them. And then Dave even said, would you say Oakwood? Oakwood has it as part of their board meetings as well.
I have some questions. The first question I have is, I got the letter from the attorney, and I also got the letter from the attorney saying that this was something that we were pursuing. And then when I asked that attorney who directed that to occur, the answer was that she spoke with 2 board members directing her to research this issue. The issue I have with that is that this Board of Education did not engage the services of this attorney to research this issue. The answer is interesting and certainly pertinent, but no one board member or 2 have the authority to engage our attorneys to answer a question that they're directing. And it was clear by the response that 2 board members initiated that question. And that's not appropriate. That's unauthorized use of our attorney. The Board of Education is the only entity rather, that is the client of the attorney. They're the Board of Education as a whole is the entity that can direct legal services. And so I think there are some missteps here. And the fact that we're coming in here with a legal opinion, I have no understanding of the factual background because it wasn't provided for in Ohio pursuant to the Ohio Public Meetings Act at a board meeting prior to any action being taken, prior to our getting a legal opinion. I'm kind of in the dark here. So with that background, Mr. Stefanik, if you could give me the factual basis for what brought this to play so that the public and Tipp City understands why we have attorneys engaged in this, to understand what we're talking about. Because I don't think it's clear from what we've seen as a board.
Okay, well, the information as I know it was that at the last meeting, I believe it was a regular meeting and not a work session. The question came up about does Tipp City have a role in the assignment or the appointment of trustees to the public library, and that was mentioned at the meeting, but Ms. Dahl was absent from that meeting.
I remember that meeting, Mr. Stefanik, but that was not mentioned. It was an item on the meeting agenda, and it never even got called. We never even did it. We just abandoned it because Ms. Dahl wasn't here. And so, and by that time, my understanding is that they had already initiated legal counsel. And so
Well, Simon, I think I can help you. So we received some emails from, I'm not sure exactly how they bounced back and forth, but in that set of emails, it had a list of current library trustees, board members, whatever they're referred to, and the date of expiration of terms. So I was just like, well, that's those dates. I don't remember approving any of those people any of the time that I've been on the board. So I went and I looked on the library policies that are posted on their website, and I looked at our library postings and on there it says the school board will approve any trustees or board members to the library. It says the school board will approve them. So then I was thinking, I was like, I don't remember us ever approving any of these. So we were going to have a discussion. Unfortunately, I couldn't be at that meeting. But actually, Simon, one of the things that made me want to reach out to the school lawyers because I wanted to be able to have a discussion and move it forward instead of get caught up in the legalism behind it. So I thought if we just turn to our school lawyer, ask her what this is, ask her for guidance on how to put this together and move this forward, it will allow us to just move it forward and not get stuck up in a conversation of who's right, who's wrong, what does this say, what does that say, where we kind of like turn into a legal counsel in here, which is not something that is good use of our time.
Right.
So I asked for her guidance on this because it is such a weird thing that our library is guided by our school district, and I've never even heard of that or heard of anybody else that even deals with that. So I wanted that guidance. So yeah,
I thought all public libraries were under their school.
No,
No,
there's only
it's very unique.
258 that are under their school districts, and 178 are county or township. And there's lots of different ways actually that they're bound. And generally what those bounds do is that's their tax basis. So they can be county, they can be township, they can be municipal. And that is the binds of who's going to vote on any funds for taxes that go to that library. So it's actually a really not uniform system, very unique.
Right. So Simon, if I could also chime in to answer your question. So what happened was I got the email from, I think it was myself or maybe myself and Fran, I can't remember. And so Mr. Stefanik, Mr. Stevens, myself and Corinne were the ones that set the agenda. So what happens is the board picks their trustees, they give it to us, and then we approve these people or one or multiple people to be, it's on our agenda, and then we approve them. Very simple process. But the question arose that, what is the process? So then before I could put it before any of us, the four of us could put it on the agenda, we wanted to get clarification. So that's when we reached out to Helen and said, hey, do you know anything about this? So it was as simple as that. It wasn't anything that we would do with any policy that we've done this year. If we have a policy that is new to us as a board or something that maybe we haven't been doing correctly in the past, we reach out to Helen and she says either yes, you're okay, or no, you need to do some work. And then we go from there. So that's why this is on the table tonight, so that we can all be on the same page.
In law, the answer often is determined by how the question is phrased and what's posed. And regardless of that issue, the biggest problem that I'm seeing here is that the public has a right to see its public body deliberate and decide and take action. Here we took action in that we directed our legal counsel without Board of Education approval to pursue an answer to a question that was not authorized by the Board of Education. I don't disagree that a lot of board members have been doing that this year. And what I'm trying to relay to everyone here is that our authority to act with regard to our legal counsel or our administrators is limited to that of what we can do as a Board of Education. We are individually elected constituents of that Board of Education and have no authority other than what we do together as a Board of Education. The limited authority a president or a vice president has is provided for in our policy related to the president will advise of the agenda with Mark Stefanik, our superintendent, will preside over meetings, sign agreements, et cetera, that are authorized. But beyond that, there's being the president gives you no special right, or vice president or anybody, board of a member that's a chair of a committee. We have no right to be committing anything to a legal action or engaging legal services. I've had this issue before. I'm raising it again. It's a problem. When we're deliberating, essentially talking to each other about board in business, important board business. If it wasn't important, we wouldn't be engaging legal counsel. And then taking action on that, we've essentially had a 2-member meeting at the exclusion of 3 other members of the school board and directed action to take place. So I get that it's cumbersome to be a board of education. I get that you have to go through procedures and work sessions and a lot of procedural obstacles. But the reason that those are there are so the public can see their public body delivery and make decisions as a whole. And even if you're gonna get it through, and here's the thing, is like this question would have been brought forward to our board, it would have been asked. It would have been asked, but now it was done outside of that. And just because there's a majority faction perceived or a majority vote there, even if it's unanimous from 5 members, does not deny the public of its right to hear its public body delivery. And we cannot delegate that authority because it circumvents the entire purpose of the Ohio Public Meetings Act. And so even if our policy were to somehow infer that someone in our board, the board members have somehow the authority to do this, it would be unlawful. And so that's my issue with this. And thank you very much for educating me on the background of it, but that should have been done prior to engaging our legal services after the Board of Education voted for that. We cannot act individually.
Well, I'd just like to say something. I agree, we cannot act individually, but there is a element of organization, preparation, and credible information in order to have that public body of delivery. And I just assume this is what this meeting is, a public body of delivery. I appreciate your concern, Simon, because I'm really cost conscientious of a board attorney. But in theory, based on what you said, how does that differ than any one of us calling counsel to speak to counsel at the Ohio School Board Association? I have called them numerous times to get my questions answered, to get their input. So I don't feel like that I'm violating anything. I'm just trying to go, on a fact-finding mission to help orient my thinking on something. So if you do come to the meeting, to me, that's part of the preparation. As far as Corinne and Teresa, they're officers that need to set an agenda. If we don't have credible information prior to the meeting, how does one determine whether it's agenda worthy?
Well, since this, I think talking about the attorneys is going to be a subject that we're going to get into next, but let's
Yes, right.
revisit what the issue is about what is our obligation and our role in the interaction with the library board,
Yes.
and subsequently the approval of their trustees, and what is our obligation? Because my concern is, did we engage the library board or the director of the library to ask them? And if there are indeed over 200 public libraries that are under school districts, and we have a policy, I guess I'm concerned why we didn't take those steps first. And then, to me, I was shocked to find out that this was even coming from the attorney, because we hadn't even discussed that.
Right.
And I understand and appreciate that you weren't here to talk about it. It would have been a perfect opportunity for you to mention what specifically was the issue. And had we talked about it, then we could have said, before we engage the attorney, let's ask the library board or the director of the library and do a little research on our own and use Neola rather than to incur those costs.
I think that those were the intended steps, Joellen. However, there were things that, so I think that at the end of the day, where I have landed is that we uncovered something that we weren't doing correctly, that a lot of school districts don't even have to deal with. As Mark said in his conversations with Neola, there aren't even a lot of policies, and we don't have a policy on it, because that would have been the easiest way is, oh, we have this library policy, we weren't following it, let's get in line with our library policy, right?
Maybe I
So-
misunderstood you. I heard you say that you went and read their policies and then you looked at our policy.
Yes.
So we do have a policy.
I looked at our policy for something on it.
And you're saying you didn't find
I
the
couldn't.
answer.
I could not find one.
Right.
I didn't understand that.
Right,
Yeah.
so, and that's like before Corinne and I, Corinne, Mark, Dave and I put this on an agenda to you guys. Sometimes we do research on things before bringing it to a board meeting. And this was just one of those items where we did some research and said, you know, is there an issue? Is there not an issue? It was as simple as that. It wasn't anything more or less than that.
And that was, and I still like to operate like that, to have a discussion based on suspicions rather than a discussion based on information. To me, being able to move a group of people forward, a group of leaders forward, you have to give them something to construct a movement with.
Yes.
Other than argument and other than opinions. So rather than bring you my thoughts, I wanted to bring you some research and some background so that we can craft next steps.
We wanted to this, we brought this so that all 5 of us could be together in the same room prior to this. Only Corinne and I could discuss it, because then we can't, neither one of us can speak to anybody else about it. So we were getting the information so that we can have a meeting
Yes,
with all 5 of us.
but you can authorize the superintendent through the Friday board update to at least apprise us what you're looking into. I have been asked to look into this and I will be bringing information. That's usually it. And I appreciate what you're saying. I think your intent was good and I understand what you're explaining as your intent. But we also have a relationship to maintain with the trustees at the public library along with the director. And so rather than us plow ahead, it seems like it would be a courtesy to make sure that we're involving them in the discussion about them.
And I think that one of the reasons why I hesitate to do that is because in this instance, if there is nothing to talk to anybody about,
Right.
and I look into something and there's nothing there, why call Lisa or why call the rest of the board and say, hey, I'm looking into what you're doing. I just want you to know.
That's perfect reason right there.
But
Just as a
that
courtesy.
looks like I'm investigating them. I'm not investigating anybody. There's lots of different little things I look into all the time because something sparks my interest, and I don't call people and notify them all the time because I'm looking into something. A lot of it, I'd say 99% of it, I look into and go,
Can I ask
You
a
know.
question? Since we're talking about this and, delivering discussion as, in front of the public body, could someone please concisely tell me what exactly this is about? I mean, I don't really know. Is it about, yes, I don't want to even trip myself up because
Yeah,
I'm
since
not
you met
sure.
with Neola, why don't you fill us all in?
Based on a long-standing resolution, as far back as, I guess it can go as far back with the way the law states, anything that was in place before 1947, that if a school district, I believe the way it was phrased was involved in setting a resolution to create a library inside of its school district, then the Board of Education has the responsibility to approve the representatives on the Board of Trustees. Now, again, that's not anywhere close to the legal language that's in the paragraph, but that's the way it went through my filter, when I was reading it. When we look back, we believe, Dave, what was it, 2017 or 2018 may have been the last time that there were
December of 2017 was the last time that the Tipp City Board of Education approved a library trustee.
trustee, yes.
And we had been approving them every December and January previously, for what I could see in the minutes. There was one year, I think it was 2012, I didn't see one. That's just because I could have missed it in the minutes.
But,
So we had a long-standing flow of every December or January acting on trustees, and for whatever reason, after 2017, we haven't had a trustee resolution or approval at a school board meeting up to the present. And so,
So did you know that, Lisa?
What I do know is, thank you for letting me speak. I can tell you that, and again, I work for the board. I don't know all the particulars with everything, how that all goes at all the time. When somebody's term is expiring at the end of the year, months ahead of it, they are offered if they want one more term. So the last time we came was our last new person that came in to the board. So the person that was expiring this year in August was offered, and she has renewed, decided, I want to go another term.
Which is 7 years.
Which is 7 years. It's a huge commitment. After that, if she said that she did not want to continue, we then open it up. We have applications. There's an email currently, always if somebody is interested. It's advertised, and the board does the interviewing.
Your board.
Yeah, correct. Oh, yeah, the library board of trustees, they interview the applicants. So because we do have a relationship, and the most common type of public library in the state of Ohio, unlike other states, is a school district library. And it has a historic component, is that they were set up to be a backbone to help the district. There are association, city council, all of them. We could be under city council. You need an elected body to sit under, to be a public library in the state of Ohio. So we have a good relationship. So when we've had new people, we bring them in to introduce you. We show you our tax budget. From 2017, emails were sent into this board, to the board president, that says, this person is renewing. Thank you. And they would agree, and that was the end of it. So there was communication on our end to the board.
To the board president.
To the president.
Okay, so
Yes.
the board didn't
Yes.
know.
So you might not have known that
Correct.
there was a new person or somebody renewing.
Gotcha.
So that's what's happened. And Asha, our fiscal officer, is her role as the secretary of the board. Secretary, sorry, whatever the term is. She emailed Teresa to say, this person is renewing their term for another 7 years. So that's, since I've been there, we've had 2 people come on board. And so the last new person was 2017. And that person did come here and introduce themselves because of our school district label and the type of library we are. Yes, some school districts have policies, resolutions, appointments. Troy is very different. Everybody is very different. All of them are set up very differently and what their relationships are.
So Lisa, I'm going by the ORC code 3375.15. I'm sure you're familiar with that.
Not off the top of my head.
Well, okay, sure.
I don't know.
Well, item C says, the Board of Education shall make appointments to the Board of Library Trustees. So in this ORC, it's handled by the Board of Education. So in the 5 years that I've been here, I know you guys meaning your board of trustees,
That's fine.
has always handled that. So that's one big difference right there.
Yeah,
Because you've always handled it in the past. According to this, the Board of Education should be handling it.
Okay.
That's my understanding. And none of us intentionally did this.
Yeah, no,
In the
I
5 years I've been here, this is the first time I've ever heard of this. It's just something that sometimes you can just do things out of habit. It doesn't mean it's correct or law abiding. When you do it for so long,
Right.
everybody just accepts it as, oh, that's the law. And it's like, until someone says, time out, that's not the law, we've been doing it wrong.
Yeah.
So we don't think there's any, ill intent on your end. I hope you don't think there's any on ours. This kind of just,
Well, I think that my board and myself, I think it would have been, I learned that we were on the agenda from text messages from other people. Why are you on the agenda? So I think it would have been nice or a courtesy that we had some warning, like what's happening? I had to answer questions to I have no idea. I don't know what any of this means. And so that we could be prepared. And I think our board president really wants to make sure that we're communicating. You know, we see ourselves as an enormous asset to our school district and all the relationships and the things that we've done. I think it would have been really a good thing if you would have called and said, tell us about how the public libraries work, how should we be doing this? In January, at our annual meeting, a school board member always comes and swears in our board.
Oh, who went last year?
Yeah, I don't remember that.
Joellen went last year,
Oh,
and
okay.
Sam has gone for
Great.
years.
Okay.
I didn't even know. The
Yeah,
board,
me neither.
a member of the board always came and swore in.
Very nice.
It's always on our newsletter, it's on the front page, it's on our social media.
Okay.
They're getting sworn in every time. So
Right.
they take an oath, a fiscal officer oath. Asha is sworn in every year. Her contract is renewed every year.
But I'd like to get back to the real matter at hand. It seems obvious, and I'm just jumping into this. Based on what we received, the procedure has been incorrect. Would you agree with that, Lisa? We don't roll over these trustees. According to what we've been provided, there is a statutory protocol that has not been followed for whatever reason.
Well, I don't want to agree or disagree.
Today, the attorney researched this at their discretion or at their direction. And I do believe the intent. I don't question the intent. I just,
Question the procedure.
I question the process because
Right, yeah.
I would have said, and I have not spoken to Lisa about this because it's under attorney privilege. And so I
Right.
can't even say anything and I don't even say you're on the agenda.
Right.
However, had we had this discussion, I would have been inviting and asking, could we please invite the library board? Because I want to make sure we nurture that relationship. Now, we have received information from our attorney that you have not seen or has your board that I feel like we have an obligation to share, but it needs to be a board decision to share it because
Right.
it's privileged information.
You have to understand, I've only been there for 4 years. So I've only been here in this position and we've had 2 new trustees. I followed the procedures in which, of course, this is how this happens. Somebody is leaving, we advertise, applications come in, they interview. We have our own library legal counsel through the state that oversees how the school district and the library, we have somebody. So if I need to call our person to assist us on that regard, we can do that as well.
Yeah, my personal feelings is this is not about blaming anybody.
No, I understand, but I'm saying
To
if
me, this is about getting the train back on the track.
Correct.
I didn't know it was off the track.
Well,
And so nobody
But
did.
until, I
Nobody did.
think if somebody would have asked to say, how does somebody get on there? And what should we do about it? I would have given you, fact finding is my job. I would have given you all of this information. We have all of it right there. And I could say, this is how everything has worked so far and under our impression. We can definitely get it back on the rails where it needs to be or how it's been going. But at this point, I didn't know anything was not being followed per.
Well, are we as a board going to share the information that the attorney shared with us? I just got it this afternoon.
Right, so I wanted to ask Mr. Stefano about it because it's, it's confidential attorney-client privilege information. So, all of us are learning this basically for the first time. I mean, I just received this at the same time today everybody else did. So I guess the question is, with respect to time, how do we want to move forward? Do we want to, what's your suggestion?
Well,
How do we clean this up?
yeah,
How do we get back on track?
well,
I believe we should be sharing it with the library board.
Well, she's right here, that's what I'm trying to ask Mr.
and
Stefano.
that's my point. When you get into an attorney-client privilege situation, as the client,
Yeah.
you can choose to release, whatever you want. It's just when an attorney is providing it, it's attorney-client until the client is comfortable, or releasing the information. And
Some kind of motion that
that's
we
information that
release
can help in the fact finding and the checking of procedures and statutes and things like that, then I think it's great to share between both boards and work towards the process that everybody's comfortable with.
Correct.
So I motion that we release the attorney-client information that we received pertaining to this matter.
I'll second it. I think we could just open it up for discussion and
Well, let's, just clean up.
summarize it because
Yeah, so
no one from the library's even seen it.
So we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on this?
Did we do that correctly?
Or,
Can we
I
add them?
have a good question. Are we waiving attorney-client privilege as it relates to this library board seat issue?
That's what we're voting on right now. We're
I thought we
voting
were
on,
just doing that on this letter.
yeah, we're voting
on
on,
this letter, yes.
right, we're voting on if this letter that we received today can be shared with the Tipp City Public Library.
If that's the case, I would suggest we identify it by date.
Okay,
Okay.
I'll submit that.
I will include the title of it.
Okay.
School District Library Board Seats from the attorney dated October 12, 2020.
Perfect. Any other suggestions?
And then, Lisa, no,
Oh, go ahead.
no.
We're having
I-
discussion, so
No,
just
because I want to vote on it and
Yeah.
then we can talk it some more
Okay.
so that she can have, because this isn't about the, kind of, but yeah.
Any other suggestions?
Well, let's vote so we can talk about it.
Yeah, so Dave, when you're done typing, we'll take a vote.
I'll update it in a moment. So I have motion to release the confidential attorney-client privileged information in response to school, library, district library, library board seats received on October 12, 2020 from District Attorney Retzel and Andrus.
And I think they're called trustees, right, Lisa? Board trustees?
Yes, Board of Trustees. Volunteers.
Okay, did we have a first?
It was, I believe it was Zakor and Heatherly.
Okay, that sounds right. Are we ready to take a vote on this?
We're ready for a vote.
Zakor,
Yes,
Heatherly,
Yes.
Dahl,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes,
Patrick.
No,
okay, motion carries. So what's the best way to handle this? Do we want to,
I can give
I'll look-
her a paper copy right now.
okay, yep,
We're all on the same page. Okay, so at the top of that letter, Lisa, it says, this letter is in response to your request for a written opinion regarding the duties and responsibilities of the Tipp City Library as they apply to filling the terms of offices for trustees of the Tipp City Public Library. And that was really the frame of our discussion with the lawyer is, do we even have any responsibilities? Is this even a place that we as a school board go and have a discussion?
Okay.
So I'm reading this amazing book called Dare to Lead by Brene Brown. It is fantastic. And one of the things that she says in there repeatedly is clear as
Did you check it
time.
out from the library?
No.
I did not. I did not.
at least I wouldn't let her check it out.
But so I guess, I feel like I'm kind of hearing two competing opinions about whether I talk to somebody first, whether I talk to the library first, whether I talk to the school lawyer first, or I talk to the school board first. But I just want to frame this whole conversation with just trying to find out what, if any, our duties and responsibilities are, and what, if any, responsibility we have to fix up and align our practices to move this forward. Definitely not a conversation or an investigation about who's doing what wrong. Just, do we need to do something right? And how do we get it right? And how do we move forward? One of the things we had asked Mr. Stefanik to bring to this conversation were examples of policies so that we could read what other schools had crafted so that the idea was, guys, look, we weren't doing this right. This is how it should be doing. These are some options to get our train back on the tracks. Let's move this forward. So I just want to be very clear with
Yeah, no, I
you
appreciate that.
that
I
it's
could give
definitely
you,
not.
our legal counsel through Columbus, I could have given you all of that. They have templates for every school district. We have a government relations legal person that I could get you boilerplates of how this works throughout the state.
Mhm.
And who has it in their Board of Education bylaws or not, or a policy. So if you need more examples, I can definitely. See, pick what is a school district library, they operate a little bit differently. So everybody, because of the funding model, it's very different.
Are you familiar with Oakwood? Because Mr. Stefanik said Pickle and Oakwood, do you have any?
Oakwood is a school district library as well. They are different.
Okay.
Everyone operates a little bit differently
Right.
because of the way that we get our money, because it is public library funds, comes from the general sales tax. Everybody operates and how they've set themselves up. Basically, when they become a library, where they work, are we under the city or the school district? Is really,
Did I read at one time that you were under Tipp Monroe Township? Why?
that was where no, we were never under them.
Okay,
We were in that building. That is the library.
okay. I thought that was the, I don't know why that
1922
came
on the
up.
second floor, that was the Tipp City Public Library.
Holy cow. That must have
1922.
been tiny.
Yeah, it was the second floor.
Wow.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So you mentioned, Lisa, you have access to a lot of templates.
Yeah, I can call our legal
So
counsel.
here's a
and pull up this.
question, here's a
Yeah.
good question. I think if you look at your letter number C, because I think we're.
Well, I think you want to read A, B, and C
Yeah,
because it's different than the practices we've been following.
okay.
Right.
Sorry, Ann, to interrupt you.
That's
Let's give
okay.
her a chance to read it.
No, I'm just directing her to look at C now because it seems like, yeah, there's been several missteps. So I'm looking, if I understood you correctly, Lisa, you said the last term was what, appointment 2017?
The last new,
New,
like incoming person that came here that we sent an email. I believe Dave has a copy of those emails. We sent anything that we've talked about recently to Dave. So
You
That
mean about the
message-
current directors? I mean,
for current, like not current, what was the last time that Asha sent something that,
when I asked her, it was recently approved.
yeah,
Yeah, so that's the email. I
Yeah.
have.
Yeah, we have a list.
since that was not approved, let me look. Shall be appointed by the Board of Education.
December
This
18th,
is from-
2017.
This is from our attorney.
So on C, it states the Board of
Yeah.
Education shall make appointments to the Board of Library Trustees not later than 45 days after the date a member's term expires or after the date of vacancy occurs. If the Board of Education does not make an appointment at a time, the appointment shall be made within the next 14 days by the probate court. So I think it's like, okay, now we've got.
Yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Oh,
Now-
no, I know.
Now we
I
see
know.
that's
Yep.
step two, so.
And there's no rollovers. I also read somewhere about, oh yeah, right here.
If I may make a suggestion,
we have bylaws that have said that we have our own bylaws that talk about term limits. So,
this is a discussion item. There doesn't look to be any more discussion to be held by the Board of Education as a letter has already been articulated as to what our position is. I would think it'd be unfair to ask Ms. Santucci to opine as to a legal document she just received without her own counsel. So I would move that we table this so she has time to review it with her board and her counsel, and then we could discuss it further.
Well, I wasn't asking her to opine about, I just simply was pointing out section C. And that's sort of another caveat in the dilemma here. And Lisa volunteered to us that she has access to templates and the like. And so, that would be something that if I had that access, I'd like, okay, so now we have another dilemma because the probate court was not involved. So just trying to line all the ducks up to have some type of a discussion.
Mr. Stefanik, what's your, suggestion? We don't want this adjourned into a 5-hour conversation.
No, if Lisa has access to some templates, Norm said that when he looked in the archives, that what he was finding was, sample resolutions, but he wasn't finding sample policy out of Neola. So if you have some templates that some school districts are using that may not be Neola districts, that would be great for us to look at and see if that could be a framework that we could use for a possible policy moving forward.
So Lisa, we want to make sure we catch this 45 days, right? Because we don't want the courts to, so where are we with that?
Okay, first of all, let's just talk amongst us as a board.
Right.
Because she's just receiving this.
Oh, yeah,
and She needs to
absolutely.
share it with her board.
Sure.
I'll
Oh,
say
yeah.
my opinion, which is I would be interested in the library board bringing a resolution that explains how they're going to function and how we will then vote. I don't have interest in putting board members and trustees in that position when they already have and have been doing that for a long time. They've been appointing their own trustees. They have a process, she just said. And I'm not interested in changing that personally, but you all have your own opinion about that. How they vet and then vote on who their library board
Right now, the
trustees are.
library does it. This says the Board of Education
Yeah, I
is supposed to
think-
do it, so.
And I'm just saying, my opinion is I'm not interested in changing that. That's what I would like the resolution to say, but you all have your own opinions. And
I just want to
whatever.
follow the policy and the law. That's all I care about. Follow the policy, follow the law. However, it came to be that we stopped doing that, doesn't matter, that's in the past. But moving forward, follow the policy, follow the law. And I think that's what Lisa, would want as well. Follow the policy, follow the law.
Right, but I
That's
also
all.
heard her say that every library that's under a school board has some different nuances
There
in
might
how
be.
they do it.
There might be a policy or resolution that would override something stated here. I have legal counsel, lawyer, that's just specifically for lawyers with the library, public libraries. I will call tomorrow morning. Sure. And send this letter, let them know what's happening and so that we can see what will happen. I need to engage my board. These are all
Absolutely.
volunteers that work. They're going to want to see all of this and we will probably have to have a meeting. What I want to make sure, who do I communicate with so that I am following your procedures? Would this be just Mr. Stefanik? Do I email everybody?
I think you could,
How do you want me to proceed so to make sure that my board president is communicating on the right path? What would be the,
Mr. Stefanik, go ahead and answer.
I was gonna say that if I get information, then I can use our Friday board update
There you go.
as an informational tool to the rest of the board.
So that we don't violate Open Meetings Act and all this kind of
I'm
stuff.
communicating with just him? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's the
Okay.
easiest way.
That keeps it clean, and then he'll let us know when we get to the point where if we need to have, some type of meeting,
Yes.
whether it's a joint meeting or a
Yes.
meeting with just us.
Yes, okay.
We all want to work together.
That sounds
Sorry,
good.
Corinne, I keep cutting you off.
I'm sorry, I just
That's
want to say, this was a letter of like a guidance letter. This
Yeah.
is not a letter of our board putting this out.
Right,
So I just want you to.
right. No, I can see that. This
And
is-
then at the bottom, Joellen, it does kind of make us have a little bit of a, I don't know, like a pause. Because it says, as for the protocol to follow in making that appointment, the Board of Education has the discretion to establish the process. I was able to confirm that Neola has in a few instances created policies regarding the process, and perhaps Neola can provide the Board of Education with some insight. While input from the current Board of Trustees makes sense, they are not empowered to make the decision.
Okay.
So I think that becomes the really, you working together with Mr. Stefanik to crack that.
So Lisa, I have a copy of this if you want it. It's just the ORC.
I have it, I can get it.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay.
Well, actually, it's written here.
It is,
It's written.
but
I have
you
it.
need it, I have it right here.
I'm gonna get on that one.
I would just like to share that one reason I wanted to be on the board, because I felt there was a lot of process that wasn't driven by policy. And my goal is to take the policy, to implement the policy. If the policy needs changed, then we have that ability to do that as well. But obviously, something has broken down here. And I think getting the train back on the track is always good. It's best practice. And that's from what I know about this, catching up to this, that's my intent.
I'd have to agree with that. Lisa, is there anything else?
No,
that
I
you'd
don't
like
want to take any more of your time.
Okay,
Okay, thank you very much.
thank you very much.
We'll see, I'll be in touch.
Okay.
Take care, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Item C, Mr. Stefanik?
Yes, item C, we've got listed as COVID discussion because we couldn't figure out, what else to put there. This was off of the request by the TCEA to see if there are any ideas on helping with cleaning and disinfecting protocols. And again, this is not a major document, but it's just a summary of what I'm going to say, so people don't have to remember the numbers. We came up with what I shared as an informational piece, I think 2 weeks ago, that we had a proposal from a contracted service, and it was going to be quite expensive to put extra people in the schools as a contracted service, upwards of $20,000 per month for additional cleaning folks in every building. When we started to brainstorm some other options, we have some classified personnel that due to some schedule changes or some additional payment options, i.e. field trips, full sports schedules, what have you, they don't have access to the types of supplements to their annual salary that they've had in the past. And so we thought that we could look at some of these, sub 40-hour positions and create some substitute custodian positions in each building. And we thought that if we could put them in there for 2 or 3 hours per evening, it could take some of the cleaning responsibilities off the night custodians so that they wouldn't feel like they were rushing with the disinfecting process that has been added to their nightly task list. So when we looked at it, we just picked 2 hours as a starting point. If we put an additional person in each building for 2 hours per day, that would give us 10 hours worth of employment per night. The substitute custodian hourly rate is $13.20. So the total per day before benefits would be $132 to put extra people in each building. When you put the benefit pieces in there, STRS, et cetera, it goes up to $154, per night to take care of the extra cleaning responsibilities. In an average month, we have 21 days. And so when you multiply it out, it comes out to about $3,200 per month for some additional cleaning and disinfecting support in each of our buildings. This was something that we would monitor on a month-to-month basis and monitor what happens with the virus and seeing how these additional cleaning protocols, how long they have to stay in place. But if this was something the board was comfortable with on a month-to-month basis, then we can look for folks to take on these substitute custodial roles and then provide some assistance to our buildings.
I have a question. This says 2 hours per day, but you mean 2 hours per night. Am I confused? Because you said they're cleaning at night. Are they cleaning during the day or at night?
No, it's a nightly position. Right. We just meant day as in
right. No.
Day period of time, not day like sunshine and nighttime.
Correct. But the reason why I ask is because when this came up,
there was a double request. Yes.
They were talking about during the day, the teachers are getting stressed out because they only have 3 minutes to wipe down surfaces. Let's just say, high-touch surfaces. So I guess my big question is, how are we addressing that, or has that eased up? Well, we have no knowledge of any of that.
Yes, we did implement the new treatment schedule at the secondary buildings. Right. And so instead of there being a responsibility to disinfect tables and chairs after each bell, that they're able to do a treatment in the morning and a treatment in the afternoon, and then we do the full treatment in the evenings by the night custodians. So for I checked with the secondary principals, and between the middle school and the high school, we've actually had a chance to get to, when you average it together, just under 60% of the teachers can actually get to a point where their planning period and their lunch period are far enough apart that they don't have to use any time. What I would say is the shorter dry time when there's another class coming in right away. So if you would have a planning bell, if your students leave from your class and you start your planning period, if you went and sprayed a disinfectant on there, it actually has a chance to dry for more than a half an hour, because you don't have another class period until your planning period is over with. And same thing with lunch. If they utilize their lunch period, they could spray either before they ate or after they ate, and they would still have, in excess of 15, 20 minutes for the dry time. But there is still about 40% of the staff that have to use one of the sprays with another class coming in shortly thereafter. So there has to be some wait time for the sprays to dry. But the amount of responsibility has cut back, but some of the other needs that were mentioned were, some help with, if you're taking smaller groups to the restroom and splitting your class up, some of those pieces, because we don't have the parent volunteers. As we talked about that with some of these folks, if they don't have the proper licensure for student monitoring, inside the building, then it would be an extra licensure process that they would have to go through. This piece with the substitute custodian and helping with the cleaning pieces and the disinfecting pieces, we have more people that can fill this role than new positions of teacher aides during the day.
Is there a way to have more custodial subs be present during the school day?
Yeah.
Could we use this same process? Have you thought about maybe posting and getting some contracts from cleaning to review? I mean, I heard you say at the beginning that it sounded like you had an estimate from someone, but have we really put it out there to take bids?
No, we have not. We have to go into the full bid process.
I'm not suggesting that we do that. I'm just asking, but I do like this idea, but I have the same concern as Mrs. Dunaway. Is what I heard is that there's not enough bodies to help with all the tasks, and they need more bodies to help with this specific task
During school.
But we eased up on the cleaning, the schedule dropped. So it sounds like, right, that issue has been addressed.
There was a little bit of a two-piece, and these folks, they could serve the cleaning purpose during the day or in the evening. And if they were actually bus drivers or lower hour teacher aides or even cafeteria folks outside of their scheduled hours,
Yes.
they could provide some assistance during the day as well.
Well, if we did the day and the night, that would be 6,486. And the original monthly cleaning bill from the janitorial service from the board update was 22,500, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
So 6,486 to me is a no-brainer compared to 20,000.
Oh, sure.
And we're also helping our, like you said, our, other classified staff members because they're already employed here. And if they want, they've already,
Extra hours.
we've fingerprinted them, we've background checked them. So, all that's been taken care of.
Yes.
Is there a procedure or process of how you offer these extra hours?
Well, it would show up as an internal posting, which would be the way we started it. And then folks would come forward and we would see, how many people we had. And then I guess if we had too many, that would be a great problem to have.
That is a great problem. I guess I'm concerned about a bus driver who's working out of their classification doing cleaning because they're picking up these additional hours, but then you have a full-time or part-time custodian who also wants those opportunities. And so if there is not a process to vet how that is equally provided as opportunities, I would suggest we look into one.
Okay. Well, it would, like I said, it would do a regular posting process. And if we had, a lower hour custodian, somebody that's already doing the work, then, in the interview process, they would show up that they have more experience with that. And so then that person would be vetted out as a high quality person for that position.
I guess what I'm trying to say is just the distribution of how there's equal opportunity to obtain extra hours is what I'm suggesting.
The one thing.
Sounds like there's gonna be a demand for many people.
Yeah, the one thing you caution against is you just make sure that you don't, that there's no way to piece together separate contracts. And so once somebody hits that 40-hour limit, then they automatically, regardless of what classification they have, they go into time and a half. So we have to look at the ones that aren't at 40 hours first. And that would be the opportunity we put out there.
That's what I'm suggesting.
So if this is just a discussion item, what do you need from the board to move forward, or how do you plan on moving this forward? This is discussion. What's next steps?
Well, if I don't, and Dave, you might have to help me a little bit about this. If I don't hear any opposition, to this, then we would go and start looking for the personnel and then the actual action.
Like
would come.
tomorrow?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, tonight.
Just
I
one
say
timeline.
we bring to the district a
Yeah.
list of the board, a list of custodial staff for this
Yeah,
purpose.
so when you
Is
act
it
on
like,
the
do you
position.
need to bring, if you're just offering 2 more extra hours
Right,
to our
this is-
current
I don't
staff?
think
is
They would
this is
have
board-
gonna-
It's gonna be some custodial substitutes, and they need to
Okay.
be on our substitute list.
Gotcha.
Yes.
That's what I was trying to figure out.
Yes,
That's why I asked what the next steps were.
yeah. You
So
need,
it's, they're
you-
additional people. They're not just giving more hours to our current staff.
Not our current custodial staff that are already working 40 hours a week.
Right, it's
Going-
other
looking at
classified
trying-
staff members.
yeah, it could be.
Other classified
It
staff
could be a
members.
teacher's aide that's not at
Right.
40
Sure.
hours now doing, so what it is it's either you put them on the sub list, as Dave said, or it comes up as almost like the equivalent of a supplement.
Yeah,
And so, either way you approve it, but I think just as substitute custodians is the easiest way. Then you have a listing of people that would be the substitute custodians, they get approved. And then
Our meeting's in
if they're-
2 weeks, so.
yeah, if they're on that list, then even when,
Anybody from that to work.
yeah, then when we
Bigger the
don't have
better,
this
right?
need anymore, they're still on that list and they could possibly pick up sub jobs to,
Right.
in the future.
So can they start right away? Do they need to be board approved first?
They need to be-
We approve all subs.
Well, I know that. Sometimes we let people work,
well, there's a
Before we-
conditional.
right, before we,
In
Right.
between meetings. Yeah.
right, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, for the people that have already been, vetted for another
Mhm.
position,
Right.
if we find them interested in this and we could start them maybe the Monday before the board meeting, then their actual official, approval by the board would be a board action off the superintendent's recommendation
Right.
next meeting.
So the board meeting's in 2 weeks, but if we can start helping our staff in 1 week, that,
This is gonna take a little time
okay,
to get it going.
You have to identify what these extra supplemental folks are gonna be doing during this extra time.
right.
And how, and we don't even know if that really, does this action address the concern that was brought to us by the union?
That's for Mr. Stefanik to work out,
It was,
right?
yeah, it was a
Mr.
double,
Stefanik's job.
there was a double mention. And so there were duties during the day, but then there was also a mention that sometimes because of the extra disinfecting tasks,
Sure.
that some of the custodians weren't able to get to some of the cleaning tasks before the disinfecting tasks. And so then there were some concerns about areas that may not have been addressed as well, the night before. So these folks, if they take over some of the base cleaning.
Trash and sweeping.
Those types of things, then we can make sure that we free up time for the custodians that they can come behind with the disinfecting process, and then all the cleaning has been done appropriately beforehand.
So do you want to kind of give us an update in the Friday board update, just where we are with this? I mean,
I know you're interested.
I don't want to get down into the weeds. You're the superintendent. This is day-to-day operations. We do not have HR. So, for us to spend 20 minutes, we trust, you're the superintendent. This is,
If we're okay with this cost structure and the basic framework, then we can move it forward.
that would be great. Is everybody okay with
This
that?
is a much better option than the 22,000.
Yeah, 22,500 is, I think, off the top of my head, right? So,
Just because I wasn't also privileged to this conversation that happened last Monday, do you have a labor committee, a labor management committee that you're collaborating with and working with the union to solve these issues as they come up?
Each building does,
Okay.
so did some checks with the principals on that. And the number of principals that had heard some of the concerns, the list was a lot smaller than what was presented at the board meeting. And so that'll be a conversation. And I also reached out to the TCEA president and said that I have been used to in the past having a weekly meeting with the president or a bi-weekly meeting, set up a standing meeting. And said
Bi-monthly.
if she is, okay, well.
Bi-weekly would be a lot though.
Yeah, just like all the time. But
We would have no issues.
again, with her on leave, that's, a time spent that we haven't had. But if she's willing to meet on the phone or through a Google Meet or something like that on a regular basis, I'm fully open to that, to discuss any needs that are out there.
I just want to make one thing super crystal clear, is that our custodial staff currently that we have employed, they're absolutely amazing. They have gone above and beyond, and none of this has anything to do with them. All this is additional COVID, regulations that is just putting so many more layers to their current duties that we're trying to get them help.
Yes.
But they are absolutely wonderful, and we are very blessed to have them. And this is not a knock on them at all, not by the staff, not by the administrators, and not by the board.
Right.
Because think about them hearing this and how that can be misconstrued.
Yeah, no,
Okay, I just
we're
wanna be very
trying to, as we got the concerns handed to us, we're trying to, see how we can best address those. And the
We're
reason,
here to help.
yeah, the
not-
reason we're bringing this to the board is anytime there's extra cost involved, and we can't just, move existing pieces, to provide support. We want to make sure that you're aware that there might be an impact on the budget.
Great. Okay, so wrapping that up, item D, which is the new one that we added.
And I'm sorry.
I believe it's
I
the-
don't have
I think
it. I don't know
we
which
did
one
That would be
it
the
is.
library, I'm sorry, not library, legal board issue.
Do you want me to read it? I'm sorry, I clicked on a different screen.
I'll try to
How
find
did
it.
we exactly word that?
It's not on my agenda.
Yeah, it's not on mine.
It's not on mine either.
It was
Yeah.
use of district attorneys,
Okay, there you go.
is the item. Simon kind of approached this.
Do you want to start, Simon?
Yeah, I thought we were gonna have it on at the next regular meeting, but I can try to. I thought you guys were asking for this to be added.
Correct, but we're just moving it up because we feel that it needs to be addressed now.
Well, I guess I would need to understand why you feel it needs to be addressed now.
Our attorney asked us to address the issue.
Which attorney? Are we talking about,
This is Mrs. Carroll,
is that Helen?
yes.
Yes.
Counsel and Andrews.
And I'll put a piece into that. On a relatively regular basis, I wouldn't say daily, but I'll say on a regular basis, at times, Dave and I have needs, to reach out to the attorney to make sure that our understanding of policy and law is in line with what the attorneys should do it on a minute-by-minute basis, day-by-day basis, what they're thinking. Doesn't happen all the time, but there are times when we just have to make a call and verify the direction that we want to take. With some questions about the use of the board attorney, I think there was some concern as to whether or not it was board member use of the board attorney or board member, superintendent, and treasurer use of the board attorney. And so there was a need for clarification, and the clarification sooner rather than later, so that, Dave and I, aren't picking up the phone and we feel like we're outside of the bounds of what we're supposed to be doing on a day-to-day basis. And so just the clarification piece of, how we're supposed to operate. In my past experience, and I believe I'll just talk for Dave and group us together, in Dave's past experience, as we come to a bump in the road, we have been accustomed to be able to pick up the phone and ask for clarification from legal counsel. So that was the reason to ask for it to be today rather than waiting another 2 weeks.
Sure.
So that we're not offending anybody or going outside of the framework.
From my perspective, and I don't speak for the board, obviously, that was addressed in our organizational meeting on January 6, 2020, authorizing the superintendent to contact attorneys as needed so that if something came up, they could confer with them. And then based on that discussion, report back to us or for kind of an FYI, or report back to us so that we can make a decision on whether to institute further legal process. It's more of a tool to understand, like you just said. I think what you just said is consistent with my understanding of what we authorized on January 6, 2020. I've been pushing for a clear policy that delineates the difference between that and the use of the attorneys by constituents of the board. Beyond the superintendent or beyond Mr. Stevens as it relates to public records, because I think that that's important. And I think, though, there also needs to be a policy in place authorizing individual board constituents to seek counsel as it relates to identifying conflicts of interest and handling that type of matter related to meetings if they are aware of it. And so my concern is this, is that presently the way we're operating, and this is not to be criticism, it's just a fact, is that we have board members initiating legal processes outside of what the administration's been authorized, and that's presenting, in my opinion, a violation of the Open Meetings Act. It results at the exclusion of other board members. And by the time that it gets back to the board members or it gets back to any type of meeting, often of which is executive session, this public body is not deliberated on the issues that are suddenly presented with an answer. And it's so far along the tracks that our input isn't allowed. The library issue is perfectly a perfect example of that. First thing is that we could have said, hey, before we engage legal counsel to figure this out, why don't we reach out to the Tipp City Public Library and see if they have any information. They could have provided us some information. At this point, it doesn't look like they could have provided us some meaningful information, but they could have certainly provided us the option of presenting us with some information from their legal counsel. And then after that, we could have gauged whether we wanted to continue on and engage legal counsel. Dave, how much have we spent on attorneys so far in 2020?
I do not have that number at this time.
That would be helpful to me to understand, because I feel that we're engaging legal counsels a lot of times, and I'm surprised by it. And even though we may end up engaging them, the public discourse that would precede that engagement would often allow the public to understand what we're getting legal counsel on. Executive session for legal counsel only applies to imminent or pending litigation. And so by engaging legal counsel as a board constituent versus a board of education, we're essentially taking official action on things that haven't been deliberated upon. If it's pending litigation or imminent litigation, that certainly shouldn't be pursued as it relates to board business. Now, conversely, I think Board of Education members should have the right and need the ability to reach out to attorneys to ask questions related to what their fiduciary duties are to the board. So like, hey, am I obligated to sit out on this if I had a family member that was somehow pertaining to the issue that I've suggested should be, investigated? Should I sit out if I have a friend that's not family, but just a friend that's involved? Those are the types of things that we want to encourage I think, constituents of the board to be able to ask, so that we are not accidentally running afoul of conflict of interest laws. And so I think it's important for us to be able to act legally, to follow the law, that we have that clear set of policy in place that helps us if we don't know. I don't think there's a policy in place because typically boards don't take action with legal counsel without a vote of the board. It's just not something that happens. And so usually when someone's going to an attorney, they've been authorized. And so the attorney,
When did we do that?
I
Go
was
ahead.
gonna wait for him to finish and then I was
Yeah, because
gonna,
I don't understand when we did that.
I think that you're
Wait, Simon, are
referring
you
to the,
finished?
yeah, when you're finished, I'm sorry.
and so it needs a policy. And we needed to have clear guidelines as to when we as a board member can contact legal counsel for services. It's different to ask for information from our administrators. It's different to look for information online and to try to become informed. It's different to call resources like the Ohio School Board Association and get information. The distinction is that there's a difference between looking for information and engaging a legal process. When you tell an attorney to investigate a legal question and research that issue, present an answer, you've done two things. One, you've taken action without a public meeting. Two, you've defined the answer by the question you asked. And you've deprived the public of hearing that. You've deprived your other members the ability to shape the question, including whether the question should even be asked. And so based on that, that's a big problem for me. That's all I've got to say on that.
I feel like this is in reference to the library question. Like that was the major.
No, it's not. This board had a very limited investigation defined earlier this year that was expanded by one board member that then resulted in hundreds of pages, an investigation into things that happened years ago that had already been decided by other boards and other administrations without any authority. This is not the first time. And that's a big problem for me.
Okay, well, I think that part of, for me, it was, I guess, the legal process, like the way you view it through your legal lens, you know, anytime you ask a lawyer, it's now a legal process, is not the way that I've approached the lawyer, the school board lawyer. And it could be wrong, right? Because I've only done this for 2 years, 2.5 years. So I don't, you know, I'm just trying to feel my way through this whole position. I don't really know. And you bring that legal expertise with you. So for me, talking to the school lawyer is just another resource to expanding what I know about something. Because if I'm going to bring something to this board, we have very limited time. We all have families at home. This is a second thing that almost everybody on this board does. So, and just like in my job, I approach it as I'm not going to bring an issue if I don't bring research and if I don't bring a lot of information with me to help educate somebody on anything that I'm going to talk about. So I didn't see talking to our school lawyer as a legal process. I can see how somebody that is in the legal profession might see that anytime you talk to a lawyer, it's a legal process. I did not have that thought at all. I just wanted to know, like, do we have any responsibility here? Because if we don't, we all have important lives. We all have people that are waiting for us at home. I'm not going to fill up our agenda with this discussion at all because it's not important and it's not something that should take up our time. So to me, I was being a good board member by saying, I'm going to do my research. I'm going to find out if this is something we should even waste our time on before I asked to discuss it. So that everybody, so that I know that we even have a discussion worth having, that it's not just a waste of our time. But I appreciate, Simon, that your viewpoint as a lawyer is that, well, anytime you do talk to a lawyer, you're initiating a legal process. I had not seen it like that. And I think this is a different lens that I appreciate that. And I can do that from now on. Before I ever talk to the school lawyer, I'll say, guys, this is what's going on. This is what I think although listening to Lisa tonight, it might have actually muddied the waters even more. And that's something too, because we all have very, very strong opinions. And so I like to bring us good information so that we don't engage in an argument. Instead, we engage and work. So that is mine.
And to follow up on that, Corinne, the librarian is not our legal counsel. And so I would think if we act on something that was provided to us by our legal counsel, that's also another layer, not to minimize information that could be brought here through a library, but I'm just simply saying, I don't see it the way you do, Simon, in terms of legal process. I think that there's an element of practicality, of you have to set an agenda. That's what our two officers do in conjunction with the superintendent. In order to decide what goes on that agenda, I think there's some research that needs to be involved, and that may include some component of legal questioning. When I spoke to Ms. Carroll, you know, I've always been told that it's okay, that's what she's there for, and I am a little surprised in the analogy of welcoming the door open for a treasurer and a superintendent, but then shutting that same door for individual board members, because the attorney is called the board's attorney. Not that I'm opposed to that, but it just seems a little backward that you have an open door policy for a superintendent and treasurer, but at the same time, you don't embrace that thinking for each board member. Certainly you don't take actions behind the door, but preparation and organization, my understanding from what Ms. Carroll told me, does not fall into a violation of the Open Meetings Act, because it's a necessary element for the president and the vice president to have to talk to help set an agenda. And I just think this concept that every time we have to convene, you'll never get anything done. I mean, at some point, I just don't even see how that would realistically play out. We're only meeting twice a month. That's going to create a lot of immobilization to act on anything to get business done.
But I do think we can create a policy of a flow of direction to a school lawyer. I just want to make sure that the policy includes equal access for anyone
Yes.
that would want to talk to her.
And I was gonna bring that up because the past practice on the board was that all boards are different, but our board was only the president could call legal counsel. And then when I became board president and Corinne became vice president, we said that's not fair to everybody. We all got elected equally and we should all have equal access to legal counsel. It's the board attorney. We're all board members, whether I'm president, vice president, if anyone is, we're all equal, 20% of the vote. We all got elected by the people that live in Tipp City. So I rely on, Mr. Stefanik, who's a seasoned, right, superintendent, and we're very blessed to have Mrs. Carroll, her guidance and expertise. In the past, we've spent $100,000 on our annual attorney bill, and we're still revisiting the same issues. The one thing that I'm really impressed with Ellen is that she digs right into the policy and says, here's the piece of the policy that's gray. We need to clean this up. And that's one thing I really like. I'm absolutely fine spending money when we take a corrective measure. What I didn't like in the past was, if we spend, I just don't like spending money and then 6 months later having the same issue. It's all relates back to policy. Let's correct the policy. Let's fine tune the policy. Let's add to the policy. And I would, if I ever ask something out of line or something that's out of my lane, I would hope that Mr. Stefanik, Mr. Stevens, or Helen would say, hang on, Teresa, because I respect them enough that their experience is only going to make us a stronger board. So
Well, I just want to add that by restraining that to just one or two or three people,
I don't like that.
I think you lose your checks and balances.
I agree.
Because, the president could be doing something that I just don't feel is right, and I need to reach out.
Sure.
And so I'm not in favor of this restraining of.
Well, I tried to express this back in the spring when we were talking about the processes that we're going to adopt. Okay, we do have a new superintendent now,
Sure.
so this is a good time to revisit it. We have had authorized investigations for a subject that then I have felt blindsided on. We used to use Dave Lampy,
Mhm.
and at some point this year, Helen is our only attorney. And that was not an action that came before me. And I'm not criticizing her as a lawyer.
Mhm.
I'm criticizing the process of the assumption that she is our lawyer, when at the beginning of the year, we approved 2 law firms.
Yes.
I do also have a huge problem with the expense and the randomness of anyone calling the attorney. Now, I think I said earlier in the spring when we talked about this, that as a professional courtesy, if I were going to be calling the attorney, and I hear what you're saying, you want us all to have equal access, but you're supposed to be driving. And so as a professional courtesy, if I were going to be accessing an attorney, I would be telling you that and telling you my reason why. I sort of think that stuff should all be funneling through Mr. Stefanik.
So I will,
So
oh,
my
sorry, go
last,
ahead. Yeah, I didn't want to interrupt. I'm sorry.
and the last thing is, you two have been very critical in the past of how much money this board has spent on attorney fees. And oftentimes I felt like that was directed at our former superintendent. When we are adopting practices that are continuing this year, that we are accessing the attorney to look at the, and again, I'll say, I don't believe your intent was to do anything out of line to access about the library. You did not. I don't feel like that was your intent. There are lots of resources that we could have pursued to find that. We could even have asked the probate court if that's what other libraries do. We have, we have Miami County prosecutor as a resource, or legal counsel. So there are other avenues to find information, but again, blindsided that was even on anything that we were even looking at. So if I did contact the attorney last year for something, and I went through the president and told him because it was an ethics question and got his approval before I did any sort of direct discussion. And I would do that for you this year if I had any reason to. And we have had occasions when we talked about a labor practice, but we talked about it and then agreed that we would get something from the attorney about overtime, or what positions are in overtime. That's the process I would expect us to be going through, not to be finding out from Helen in a monthly email of all the things she's doing for us. And I know she doesn't do it for free. So who is directing her to do all these things? I know it's not me because I'm not picking up the phone to do that. And if I were, you would know before I would do it, or he would know.
So I will say that, again, when Mr. Stefanik and Dave, and correct me if I'm wrong, they call Helen, like you said, several times throughout the day, 5 days in a week. They don't run it by me or Corinne or all of us, right? I mean, we don't get like a weekly, these are the 27 times I called Helen this week. We don't know any of that. And Joellen, to your point, is I could say the exact opposite. You know, in the 5 years I've been here, we've always had Lampy and Retzel. And we've always used Lampy, not Retzel. So I could say your exact scenario of we use Helen now, but we've always used Lampy. Well, I could say the same thing. Why did we always use Lampy, not Retzel? I mean, see, it goes both ways.
Well, we've never discussed that.
They're both approved. Well, yeah, they're both approved.
Well, that's what happened and I'm not going to go into the content, but Lampy's law firm did an investigation for which we then got something from Helen. And those are 2 different law firms. And so we're engaging 2 law firms for the same investigation.
Yeah, and
And we're not going to get into the content of the specifics of it because
But the
that's not
issue is-
appropriate. But again, who's driving the train?
the issue with that is that there was no meeting of the Board of Education to discuss that we were suddenly changing who was investigating this issue or who was presenting the answer. And the scope and investigation was greatly extended without any Board of Education discussion. When I'm saying legal process, I'm not saying a legal definition of legal process. That's different. You are right that that's not a legal. When I say legal process, I mean, if you have a board constituent engaging our Board of Education attorneys to do some type of legal service. So whether it's research an issue that you've defined that relates to important business of the Board of Education, that to me is inappropriate. In this instance, with the school library board issue, that is business of the school district. That's important. That should have been discussed with the Board of Education prior to engaging any attorney. The difference between an administrator and a treasurer versus the superintendent, a treasurer versus board member is that the board is an elected constituent of the Board of Education. We are elected members. We are a public official, and we cannot take action. A lot of times when you're looking at what a meeting is defined as under the Ohio Public Meetings Act, it's defined as an official action. Once we take official action and direct something to occur, like a legal investigation, something like that, there has to be a public meeting, moving into executive session if it's one of the exceptions, then coming out of that meeting and then taking the action on the public record, not behind an executive session. When you are enacting a legal investigation or legal services to search the answer to a question that you've defined at the exclusion of the other board members and at the exclusion of the public in general, that, in my opinion, is not appropriate. It's a violation of the Ohio Public Meetings Act, if not a violation of the authority and the powers that people are provided. The fact that it was going through the president should have been, and I don't know how it was, but what I can tell you what should be doing is that the Board of Education is meeting and then making a decision as to what they're going to do and directing the president. Then to be the communicator, then the attorney then enacts the Board of Education's directive as communicated by the president, and then communicates it back to the president, who then takes it back to a meeting. The fact that that's cumbersome, takes a lot of time, so that we don't get things done, is irrelevant. It's what the law requires. There's a case directly on point on this. If you look at the Ohio Sunshine Law manual that's put out by I think it's the auditor's office, it just tells you everything that I'm talking about. And there's another case where they tried to delegate that authority to a president, and then they all had a complaint filed to remove them from office and for forfeiture of office, and they got tossed out.
Wow. We
So-
haven't seen that, but-
So what I'm telling you is that we have no authority individually to do anything.
Right.
Zero. We can only act as a body. Not one of us has a right to make a decision to change investigations. Not one of us has a right to change who we're using as an attorney. Not one of us has a right to change the way we have to conduct ourselves as a board. We speak as a board at part of meetings. They have to be in public. Any deliberation or decision has to be made in public unless it falls within an executive session exception. And even then, most times we still have to come back on the record and deliberate to some extent, or at least make the votes known to be public. And so by engaging attorneys individually, that's outside of a very specific function that relates to school business versus a personal issue related to making sure you're not running foul of your duties to the board, is a big difference. The agenda of a constituent is not the same as the agenda of a Board of Education. And it's not the agenda of the Board of Education until it's discussed at a public meeting or at executive session as provided by the exceptions.
Well,
Simon, I just
oh,
wish
sorry.
you would express some of these feelings when we're in these executive sessions. Because I didn't pick up on that. I picked up on the opposite. And then when we come back out and then something gets done, then I hear your public voice on it. So I'm very confused.
I guess I am too. I'm not sure what.
Well, we were in executive session. There's only so much that can be said. But I'm a little bothered by this persona that things weren't said or discussed in executive session, and you were a part of that. And then you come back out to a public meeting at a later time and date and portray it like there was a void there on your part. So I'm just confused. Where was all this passion and expression at the time?
I'm not going to speak for Simon, but I feel like this is a conversation that we probably should have had at the beginning of the year. It's good that we're having a conversation now.
Mhm.
And this isn't about one specific issue. This is the general issue of, I feel blindsided when I find out about information from our attorney, which is privileged information that I know is not free, I didn't authorize any of that. I wonder where this is coming from, and I'm not getting anything from you or Mr. Stefanik about it. Because you say things like, well, that would violate sunshine law. Now,
Right,
wait a minute, I'm gonna give you a chance to.
yeah.
My other concern is Helen, while she does a fabulous job of guiding us in policy, I feel like these policies are just plucked from anywhere. And now we suddenly need a policy. We don't have an overall board approach to how we're going to overhaul policies. I'm not against us overhauling policies. We should be getting involved in policies. But sometimes she comes up with a draft policy. I have no idea where it's even come from. Why are we doing this policy? And why aren't we doing other policies that I feel that are important? We don't even have an outline of when policies are going to be reviewed and what that process is.
Or which instructions were provided to her to have her provide us anything.
Is there a particular policy you could reference, because I'm not following?
I don't want to interrupt you, are you?
I'm done.
What particular policy?
And I want to just throw in, because the policy review schedule, a lot of times the big policy review schedule is driven by Neola. They monitor what's going on in Columbus, and then they try to update the policies that have to be updated because something happened in the legislature. And so when you get those big packets, and one is on its way, so it's that time of year, you'll have 17 to 20 policies reviewed, but there is a suggestion to go in and find policies that, for whatever reason, there haven't been any legislative actions, but those policies haven't been reviewed recently since, we'll go say single digits of the 2000s rather than 2020.
Well, I
So
think that's.
those types of things too, we have to go in and begin to bring up those. And even if there hasn't been any legislative directive to change it, see if it still makes sense for this Board of Education and the school.
But I'm having a problem as a board, throwing something out in the public about a policy that we knew nothing about. Where did it pop up from? Can you give me an example, Joanne?
Sure, open enrollment and not accepting tuition.
No, wasn't that?
Oh,
No,
we had-
sorry. What do you?
We got a draft policy that we would no longer be accepting tuition. We didn't get the opposite one presented.
What do you mean we got?
That was
draft
last
policy?
summer, that was like in,
I don't
was that?
know.
You asked her a question,
Oh,
she
sorry,
answered.
June or July.
She
And
said,
my other point is,
No, I want to
I'm-
say,
I'm
sorry, I asked you a question, but I'm not clear on what you are referencing.
Mhm.
A draft policy for open enrollment,
I'm sorry, wasn't
I-
aware. It's
I was-
accepting tuition. It was accepting tuition.
accepting tuition.
It was
Okay.
about
the tuition policy, based on our discussions,
Correct.
was supposed to present two options for us to review. Instead of that, the attorney brought us one policy denying it and no other option, and there was no other Board of Education discussion related to that. There was no deliberation or decision, and that's what I brought up at the public meeting
Right,
that day.
and we fixed it, and we sent it back, and we
Yeah,
got a
but-
second
We
policy.
just-
You asked for an example of how this has been an issue and how it's not being brought up in the public. It has been brought up in the public.
Well, that could be
And I would-
wordsmithing of it, Simon.
It's not wordsmithing.
We talked,
And I would also say that I made my position known on this issue very, very clearly in a previous executive session. So that's a fact.
But okay, so the policy I do remember that. The policy started out driven in one,
Yeah.
okay, let me rephrase that. The draft of the policy we got back was driven in one direction. And we identified it, we discussed it open publicly.
you were actually there.
We addressed it, we sent it back, we got the revised policy on that, and we voted on it, right?
Yeah, correct.
So to me, that's part of the flow of governance and following parliamentary procedure. I don't understand. There's policies that can come into us that we're not.
Where did the sexual harassment policy draft come from? Did that come from you, Mr. Stefanik? Because we got
I
that.
thought you were
from you.
Simon.
No, the Title
Is that
IX.
you?
No,
Yeah, that was the Neola.
Title
thing. That was
IX
the
and
Neola.
The Title
that was
IX
just Neola. I
the
didn't
Title
know.
IX was triggered by federal
Yeah, I knew
government
nothing about that.
changes, federal
not
statutes.
accusing
Right,
I'm not
I mean, I
accusing
didn't
you. I'm
know.
saying,
tuition.
I have a feeling of mistrust and being omitted from decisions, and we're just,
Right.
I'm not
So
a speaker,
can I
but I
address
feel
that?
like we pay a lot of money for Neola. My whole problem with Neola is we never get to, which I don't like what we call them, these guidances. We should have procedures. And that comes down to our level.
But we paid for Neola, that's what
We pay for Neola and then we pay for Helen.
Service to us.
So can I ask you a question, Joelle?
But, and let me just say on this whole sexual harassment issue, it's my understanding on that policy that you, Ann and Helen,
Me, I never knew anything of it.
Ann and
I was gonna
Helen
say, I knew nothing.
participated in the drafting of that policy.
Okay, Simon, stop a minute.
You're the
I'm on the
policy chairman.
policy committee.
No.
I did, no, wait, 1 second. I don't like this persona. I've showed up 3 times for lengthy policy meetings. Dave Stevens was there. Mr. Stefanik was there for 2 of them. And I was with Dr. Kump. I'm doing my duty. I'm showing up. So to twist this, that somehow this is becoming a clandestine event, excluding board members is highly offensive because I'm on that committee and that's my job.
It's just a
Now,
fact.
as far, well, of course it's a fact.
You,
It's just a fact that she's the
our
president.
attorney was engaged to assist, and I'm not debating that that's not part of your responsibility, Ann. I get that, and I would say that you spend a lot of time on that stuff, and it's admirable, and I think you do a nice, and I think you do a nice job, and I'm not criticizing that. My issue comes with the fact that we're engaging our attorney to participate in that before the Board of Education
Well,
as a whole can
okay,
determine.
If I may finish, since I'm on that committee, Neola, that's over my head. I don't create that stuff. You understand that. Title IX is complex and lengthy. However, it's also tied in to federal law. And so when you're involved with federal law, you know well that you sit up a little straighter and taller on these issues. And our superintendent was there. The treasurer was there. I was there as a policy committee, and I assumed Ms. Carroll was there because of her legal expertise and involvement with these matters. And I see it as a reassuring factor because as good as Neola is, my understanding, Norm is not an attorney, but it's always good to have on those particular incidents involving federal law. I think was more than appropriate. I will say, Simon, I don't know why Helen was there. I didn't invite her, but she was. I assumed she was one of the core members of that process. And I found nothing inappropriate or wrong about it.
So I wanted to go, sorry, are you done?
I think
Okay. So I
Helen
wanted
was asked to be
to,
on that policy.
I've been trying to talk to
Excuse me,
someone.
1 second. What
I
did
think
you say?
Helen was asked to be in the policy review.
By whom?
I thought the board asked her to review policies.
I knew nothing about it. Honestly, I didn't.
I don't have a problem with her reviewing policies if you know which policies that we're going to ask her to review. She has at times come in and said, well, you don't even have a policy for blank, and I'm not going to go into it.
Sure,
Because
right.
that's executive session content. And, it feels like it's just piecemeal together. It's just, and we just accept whatever she says at whatever cost. I don't even know what the price tag is. I'm not criticizing Helen's work. She does very thorough work and I appreciate her work. But I just don't know where it comes from sometimes. And I don't understand what the bigger picture is. If we're going to look at all the human resources related personnel policies, and that's what we're going to tackle in 2020, then let's do that. And let's all agree that those are the ones we know what to expect, along with the authority of whatever else needs to be added.
So I just want to, I've been trying to talk for 15 minutes now. One thing, I appreciate everything that you brought up, Joellen. I guess the biggest thing for me is I feel like myself and Corinne are being highly criticized, and we're doing nothing that the previous board presidents and vice presidents didn't do. So how come this was acceptable for all these years? And now all of a sudden, Mrs. Dunaway's president, Mrs. Dell's vice president, and every single thing is getting questioned. Nobody has ever questioned it in the past. So what is it about this combination that is just bringing all of this to the front line? I don't understand.
I'm not questioning.
In my-
Be on the record. I'm not
In my time as the board president, I fully expect, if I do anything out of line, I would expect that Mr. Stefanik would say, hey, I don't know about that. Or I would expect that Helen Carroll would say, hey, I don't know about that. And I appreciate your feelings because for 4 years, I showed up to these board meetings and I felt like, whoa, what are we doing? Sometimes the superintendent, treasurer, president, and vice president, you know that you were vice president. You might have a little more information because as you're setting the agenda, you have a conversation and then you say, does this need to go on the agenda or is it a superintendent decision? Does this need to go on the agenda or is it something that the treasurer does? You were vice president, that's part of being an officer. We do the agenda. So I am fully confident that because I'm always under the magnifying glass, there's something about me. I'm an easy target. Maybe it's because I'm a female, because I'm not born and raised in Tipp. Maybe it's because I'm Asian, I don't know. But there's something about me that makes everybody want to just pick. And I will tell you, because I know that I'm constantly picked on, I am so cautious. I mean, I hope you can test this, Mr. I am, and Dave Stevens as well. I walk a super straight line because other people are allowed to color outside the lines. I don't even get off the hash mark. Once I'm here, oh my gosh, Teresa did this. But in the past, everybody had all this free reign. So I am always super, super cautious because I know that people are always waiting to just smack me down. So I am super, if you feel like I'm doing something inappropriate, by all means, reach out to me. If I'm doing something inappropriate, it's either not my intent, I will fix it. I will always own my mistakes. But to be picked on and criticized for stuff that I'm doing, the past board president said no board member calls the attorney. Only the board president calls the attorney. I would never do that to the 5 of you. You are entitled to call the board attorney just as I am, or Corinne, or Simon, or Ann. I would never take that away from you. In the
But
past, that
there's a
was taken away
responsibility,
from
Teresa, that
me.
goes along with that. There's a responsibility
Absolutely.
to tell you that I'm doing that. I don't feel like that's afforded to me.
But nobody has reached out to me when they reach out to Helen. They don't say, Teresa, I'm calling the attorney. They don't.
I feel
And
like
I don't
they're,
expect them to. I don't expect them to, Joan. It is their right.
It is illegal. It is illegal. It's less, I mean,
It's
this is
illegal for you
no,
guys to reach out to Helen, Simon? How is
we
that
as
illegal?
constituents cannot direct the attorney to perform services that have not been authorized by the Board of Education unless
We're
there
talking
is,
about reaching out.
unless there's a policy that specifically addresses something, and it can't be from an elected official. You can't, unless the Board of Education has authorized it, you cannot call the attorney to tell them to do something or research something.
That's not this discussion. You're switching.
No, it's not. This is the entirety of the discussion.
No, her discussion was, see, that's where I get my feathers up. Her discussion was about anybody each having 1/20th of the process and
Correct.
reaching out to the attorney. I asked Ms. Carroll that question and she said, yes, it is appropriate. When you have, for any of us, and when you have a president and a vice president who once they speak with another board member, now they've violated the Open Meetings Act. They have a special avenue, if you will, for those two out of necessity and within legal limits, within the guidelines, to converse about matters that need to go on our agenda, to converse with the attorney, to converse with the superintendent. And once they tell a third person, now that can't happen. So I'm just unclear what you're driving at. To me, it sounds like you're very disgruntled, and I'm sorry. I'm not sure what's driving all of this. But majority rules, and I feel sort of dropping these innuendos. I'm not pleased with it.
Well, let me speak plainly. I won't drop an innuendo. This board has engaged in unlawful illegal action that needs to be corrected. It needs to take action now. That action has to be to cease and desist from engaging our legal counsel of the Board of Education based on your individual agenda or the individual of two agendas without first meeting with the Board of Education and getting authority for that
And
under a regular public.
identify that
I'm talking,
engagement. What's the engagement?
I'm talking.
Identify the engagement that feels illegal. Because I mean, this is dropping those things. Give specifics.
I have been specific. I think the record speaks for itself.
Is this a communication problem? I mean,
No, it's a problem that I've raised multiple times.
okay,
This board cannot direct our legal counsel to do anything unless we act together as a Board of Education during a regular meeting or in an executive session that's appropriate. We cannot individually speak with our legal counsel and tell them to do things
As an
individual that relates to school business.
absolutely.
I agree with you,
Okay,
Simon.
well, then I would suggest we cease doing that. And then secondly, no one's picking on anyone. I'm identifying an issue that I've tried to raise multiple times that has gone unanswered. No one's picking on anybody. The law is the law.
Absolutely.
And this board has indicated that it wants to follow the law. It wants to enforce policies. It wants to be transparent. That, what I'm asking is for people to be transparent and to follow the law. That's it.
But you don't define what we have not followed. I'm confused, please. Isn't it
You gave
also
the two examples about where the scope was outside of the scope. We've already discussed that multiple times. And right, Simon, now the library thing, am I correct in saying that?
I mean,
I think I've defined it sufficiently in ways that I'm legally permitted.
Okay, that's fair.
And I think that anyone who's watched this meeting today will clearly understand that regardless of what characterizations have been provided. I've clearly identified the problem, clearly identified the solution, and now I'm requesting that we take action on that immediately.
I can't
Go ahead,
take action.
I think part of the problem is our policy is unclear. And it just states at the bottom, the board will establish procedures necessary to effect an efficient working relationship between council and the board and or staff members. So we have to now create policies to do that, guidelines to affect it more efficient working relationships. It's clear that we're not going to agree on the past. We have to work together
Yes.
for this school in the future. You know, that I think that just has to be our end goal in our game is going to be to move the ball down the field. Here I go with the stupid football things again. But so we cannot change the past. We can endeavor to be better. And in that vein, I think, you know, we add it to Mr. Stefanik's to-do list to create guidelines, admin guidelines to go along with the school attorney, PO.
I didn't look at our.
Yeah, there is not. So we need to do that, and so that we can continue to move forward with this conversation so that, because we still have to come together in 2 more weeks and we still have to work together. And our students and our staff and our community deserve the best they can from us. And I'm not one that shies away from a healthy discourse and a good old fashioned argument. So I think we've gotten a lot of things out and we've hashed some stuff from the past that maybe was in our crawl that maybe we feel like wasn't given enough attention. It's out there. Let's fix it. Let's move forward.
I agree. I would therefore move that we authorize Mr. Stefanik to get with David Lampy to speak to him about defining a policy that provides for guidelines to communicate with the attorney for the school district.
Should we?
Why would it be Dave Lampy when we've been using Helen Carroll?
Well, I was just gonna say, or we do have a policy committee. We can talk with Neola
Yes.
and to see if they have guidelines. It'll be a little bit cheaper that way.
That process.
And then if we don't like what Neola already has, then we can say, hey, maybe we should talk to Mr. Lampy or Ms. Carroll, get their eyes on it, ask them what they think, changes that need to be drafted.
I would move that to amend my motion. Well, it's not even seconded, so I guess it dies for like a second. That's fine.
Yeah,
Mr. Stefanik, I was just going to ask you, you know, as a superintendent with many, many years as a superintendent, what is your past best practice as far as who contacts legal counsel? What's the normal? What have you seen? Because like I said, same thing with the library situation. Sometimes you get so used to doing something that it's easy to get off track. So what is your past experiences?
The most common one that I've seen is that there is the ability for the 5 board members to to address a topic with the attorney, but it's with a notification to the president that I have a question about this. And then the president says, thank you for notifying me. And then the person goes and contacts the board attorney. I've been listening, and I think there might be, and Simon, correct me if I'm wrong, I think there might be a difference between somebody having a question about something and saying, I need to contact Helen, and an actual process or direction for the board being set by a communication that wasn't discussed with the whole board. And that's kind of what I'm hearing. So if something actually moves forward and an individual board member is the only one that talked to the attorney, and all of a sudden something starts to happen and no conversation happened here before and possibly little happened after, then I'm seeing that as, what I'm gleaning from what Simon says. But I'll also go back to what Ann said. OSBA has some attorneys that you can check with. Sometimes board members might bounce something off of the superintendent or the treasurer first before calling board counsel to see if somebody, and again, not to be flip or anything like that, but free advice, that is right there, and then say, then maybe there's a decision that, hey, maybe we all need to ask the board attorney because we can't find the answer, through these other avenues. But what I have seen is before anybody contacts the board attorney, whether it's a respect issue or whether it's just protocol, they always notify the board president that I need to talk to the attorney about something.
Also, can you see about, I think it was Berkler and Eckler used to do them. They used to be at OSBA where they would do like those really neat slideshows about school board attorney, school attorney relationship and how that, just so that we can all like be on the same page with best practices and what they recommend. So that we all have the same common understanding of what that relationship should look like and how it should operate.
I will call OSBA because at Capitol Conference, they have those little free pamphlets.
Yes.
It is attorney, school board. I'll see if they, since it's virtual this year, I'll see if I can get one of those. Okay, so I'll put that on my list.
I just want to reiterate, I think what's getting my feathers up is when I hear these innuendos and references to things without any real specifics. And I haven't missed one meeting. I've been to every meeting. I've been to every one of my policy committee invitations. And I think it undermines the process in the public's eyes because they haven't been necessarily to every meeting or sat in on every executive session. I have. And so it's sort of like bait to me, that when you throw this out here, you're baiting a concept, but then recoiling when it comes to providing the substance. And I just find that a process that's not beneficial.
And I would reply that that's the essence of the problem, is that because when you engage legal services prior to engaging the Board of Education at a public meeting, by the time that becomes an issue, it's part of the executive session, which I can't talk about. And so beyond the examples I've provided and beyond what's been clearly apparent by all the board meetings that have occurred in open meetings, that I have articulated sufficient facts and instances where that's an issue. But what you've just described is exactly the problem with this. And I would say that what you're saying could be, I'm not saying it is, but it could be interpreted as you baiting me into trying to get me to say something that was an executive session that is constantly reminded at the start of every executive session by our board president that this is under threat of criminal prosecution for revealing the confidential information. And so I think it's been clear, I think it's been articulated, and I think action needs to be taken.
And I also think when we're in executive session, if one feels that strongly that the process is not being conducted with fidelity, that's the time to address that on the spot. And this is where I'm confused because I just haven't.
I won't speak for Simon. I just feel like if we are one body and we are the body that has to go out there and face the taxpayers of this community. We are also the employer. And I would like to know that there is a certain degree of respect and trust. I always try to demonstrate as much respect as I can in these meetings. I often feel we get to executive session and it feels like the three of you know exactly what we're talking about. And I have no clue as to what we're talking
Now,
about.
see, there's an example, the three of us. There's been many times I was catching up to speed. That's exactly the flame throwing.
That's what it feels like, Ann. And I can't go into the specifics because we've had so many executive
Then why
sessions.
throw it on the table if you can't go into the specifics, Joellen? That's really
Because the executive
undermining.
section is to talk about the subject for the
Yes.
executive session, not the process.
Okay.
This is a general conversation to say, if we're going to respect each other, there has to be an element of trust with one another.
Well, trust
And
is
vice versa.
right, and trust always has been an issue, and, to Simon's point, that is why this year I always read that little thing about executive session, it's, confidential, because in the past, there have been issues with executive session content leaving executive session, and I feel like that's one thing, hopefully that the five of us have been, working on really hard this year, is respecting executive session.
Well,
And like I said, the past is the past.
But it's not the past, because we're going to talk about a subject later on.
Okay.
Which you tell us that as we go into
Yeah.
executive session, you always read this, it always feels like there's some, whether you intend it or not, what I feel is that an implication that I'm the one that's violating this trust and going out of executive session, because you bring that up every time we go into executive session, and I appreciate your reminding us of our responsibility, and I believe that's your intent.
I haven't read
This
this
week.
times.
This week, we were copied on a letter that you responded to someone where you gave information that was contained in an executive session. Okay, I have a problem with that.
Oh my gosh, I did?
Yes, you
Oh,
did.
I wish you would have called me.
You revealed information from executive session in response to a member in
Okay.
email.
Okay.
Well,
I appreciate what you're saying is you want us to move forward. I want us to move forward. I want to know that there's a certain degree of respect and trust amongst one
So
another.
that, but wait. I honestly don't know what you're talking about. I'm curious. I'm very curious now. But this is exactly my point. You just now threw something out on the public table with no verifiable content. I'm assuming I got that in the email, but maybe I didn't scrutinize it. But you talk about building trust, Joellen. This just undermined because number one, the process is unfair. I don't know, you didn't present that email to me. We had lots of emails. This could have been better handled in an executive session where we could have shared those documents and discussed it. So you want to talk about undermining a process. You just did it because on camera, people feel that she's violated something because you said so and you seconded it. But I don't even know what it is that you're talking about.
Yeah, I wish you would have called
And
me.
because it was executive session, now it's impossible to refute that. And I just think that's incredibly bad wordsmanship.
We can talk about it in executive session. We can come back in session and
I'd be
then
glad
say,
to. I want to
and Teresa
know.
can say,
And we should,
you were
Joellen.
right or you were not
Right, I
right.
want to
And
know.
we were
I don't have a
should,
problem with that.
but you just took the genie out of the bottle. And I just feel that is really undermining.
Right, and the other thing is, like, there's always this on
In this
social
type
media.
of forum.
Some board members respect FERPA, some don't. And there were people on social media this week that said, every time I emailed a board member, the board member said, I can't discuss this is FERPA. And then other board members told me everything. So all that social media stuff doesn't help our board with the trust issue.
Well, I know.
Because I'm responding to everybody, can't discuss it, it's FERPA. And then people are telling me, well, basically, you're lying to me because the other board members are talking to me about this. And so my response is, I'm sorry, I apologize, but due to FERPA, I cannot give details. Now, I didn't say who told you what, because frankly, I don't care. I just want to move forward. So wherever they got their information, I'm not going to start this he said, she said game. All I know is that I responded, I can't discuss this due to FERPA. I mean, that's all I can say.
I think when there is an accusation, which clearly was made, that you saw this email and that it was a violation of executive session. I honestly don't recall seeing anything. I like to go through details.
I know.
You guys know that. And if I had seen that, it would have popped, it would have registered. I think it would have registered. But to throw that allegation out in a public session with no documentation, it's like the neighbors gossiping about their other neighbors in the backyard. And I just feel it's highly inappropriate in this setting. If it needs to be addressed, then bring the proof sources. We can convene, because it is maybe executive session content. We can go under public complaint, whatever. We can convene an executive session, bring your proof sources, and yes, we'll talk about it. Another factor for me, Joellen, is it does get a little confusing sometimes, all this parliamentary. And so not only is it an opportunity to address a situation that may not have been appropriate, it's also an opportunity for all of us to learn together to get even better at, honoring our duties and responsibilities. But I just do not like throwing out an unspecified allegation in a public meeting, because that registers with the public.
Well,
And that's.
I think you're also missing my point. My point is we are held to a standard to not disclose information from executive session.
Yes,
And this week, I guess you can call it an allegation. It's an observation, as we were copied on a response that included Teresa's response to a constituent's letter. The letter came to all of us. She responded. In turn, that constituent shared it with all of us. And the content had information in it that I felt was part of a detail
that's
in
right.
executive
Okay,
session.
you felt, so let's.
Yeah, and it's easy to miss stuff. And for
I'm
future
not-
reference, just come to me.
I'm not, well, the damage is done.
I understand, but I
And
want to
getting
own my
back to getting back to the issue is.
If I made a
we are-
mistake, I want to own my mistake. I mean, please know that. So
Well,
just call me. I mean, I'll gladly, you know what I'm saying? I don't ever want to do,
I'm not accusing you of wanting to do that.
Right.
I'm trying to express my feeling is
Sure.
that it feels like, again, I'm not going to use exact examples because many of these examples are in executive session. And some of the examples that I mentioned today, one being the library, I'm concerned about the perception of our board, one, working as one unit and working on behalf of being transparent and effective to our community. So that's the bigger issue.
sure.
That's the bigger issue. It's
But
not-
let's move on.
Yeah, in the event of wrapping up,
Yeah.
you have what you're gonna do. I'm gonna reach out to OSBA for that little pamphlet. And are we ready for item E?
I would make one motion
Yes, sir.
that Dave Stevens and Mark Stefanik be authorized by this Board of Education to continue any instructions or discussions with our legal counsel as it pertains to pending legal matters, so that we are not dropping the ball on anything, and that they can report back to us. Because I think, could be wrong, but I would suspect that the reason that this was suggested to be accelerated to this meeting versus the next meeting, which is when I had thought we had asked for it, is probably because they're looking for guidance as to when they are authorized.
Is that-
So
is
wasn't that covered in the January though by
He's made a motion. I'd like to second that motion. Because this goes back to who is driving the training, giving the instruction, and I do believe we are in the middle of something. And I don't want our lack of action to keep them from doing, school functioning.
There's a motion and a second. Mr. Patry, Mrs. Heatherly.
Discussion?
Is there any discussion?
It's just so that I understand. It's so that it's a motion and a second to reaffirm that Mr. Stefanik and Mr. Stevens have the same authority that they've always had to access the school attorney during the conduction of business pertaining to the events of our school or to our school. Like, it's just, yeah, keep talking to the
Well,
attorney.
we have,
Is that-
That's how I
two
understood it.
attorney firms that we use. And it feels like all the information is being funneled to one.
Is that?
But last year it was all funneled to Lambie, so it was no different. I mean, we always approved both in January, and for 4 years, we've always used
My
River and
motion is more
Equity.
limited, but
So,
I
right?
wrote down, motion to authorize Mr. Stefanik and Mr. Stevens to continue working with the district attorneys on daily matters that require legal guidance.
There you go.
my motion was on pending legal matters.
On pending legal matters?
Yes,
What does that mean? We can't talk about anything new?
Well, my
That's how I
feeling
read it.
is that trying to think of what I can reveal here. I think reaffirming what we've already authorized is going to be insufficient based on the information presented to us by the attorney.
Hang on, can you say it one more time?
We received an email, everyone did this information
Mhm.
that,
From the attorney
yes,
Okay,
today?
The board members.
no, this was the board members did.
okay,
This was last week.
okay.
And so I think that if we just say, we reaffirm that, that's probably not going to be, that may not be sufficient.
I just want to understand,
And if you can read that,
right,
that motion that you wrote down,
with the
Mr.
pending,
Stevens, one more
with the word
time.
pending, Dave?
So I put in here, after hearing you say it again, motion to authorize Mr. Stefanik and Mr. Stevens to continue working with the district attorneys on pending legal matters that require legal guidance.
And I would just add, until they can be communicated to the rest of the Board of Education.
So you're containing, you're narrowing the scope, is that right?
Yes.
That's the intent.
Yeah, so Simon, I just want to understand, so are you saying anything that's not a currently pending, school issue that Mr. Stefanik and Mr. Stevens are not allowed to call Lampy or Ellen?
No, I think they
Okay,
can,
I'm confused.
they can call them on a daily basis until they can communicate with the board. So
I guess I'm confused.
I think
with that.
what Corinne said, I like better, but I think that they need more than that. And so I think that we just make it clear that this isn't, the bottom line is their ability to call legal counsel is important on a daily basis for information, things like that.
Right.
But before they initiate any action on Board of Education issues,
Okay.
including potentially fighting some type of public records request or thing like that, that has to be brought to the Board of Education. Now, I haven't had time to think about how I would propose that. And I don't think that me doing that on the fly or us doing that on the fly is advisable. I think that's the whole purpose of engaging somebody to provide us a policy is appropriate. But I certainly don't want also to have issues occur because we don't have legal counsel advising our superintendent and treasurer. And so I'm trying to provide some type of motion before we move on that makes it clear that Mark and Dave are authorized in the course of performing their duties to seek advice as needed, but they need to consult with the Board of Education prior to taking any official action.
Official action, I mean,
That's what,
So would we have to?
I understand what you're saying.
Meet
are
weekly
you
or?
talking about official legal action, Simon?
Right.
Because I mean, they are running the day-to-day operations
Right,
and there's tons of official actions that go. I mean, I'm not.
That's the whole point of me saying I'm not going to wordsmith this on the fly, but if you guys have alternate suggestions, I'm fine, or we don't have to do anything and then we don't have.
I'm just trying to figure out like, would Mr. Stefanik or Mr. Stevens email us daily? And then that's, there could be, issues with that, with, FERPA or what have you. And then if we all email back, it becomes a meeting.
Can I
What?
ask
I'm just very
I want to
confused.
say sincerely, because I know you're really trying for this. What is it that you want to distinguish in terms of this motion for that allows them to do or not be able to do as a result of that distinction?
Yeah, so at this point, I'm gonna just, I don't care anymore. We have other legal counsel that's sworn to represent us. If Retzel and Andrews doesn't want to represent us until we define the scope of services, they have the ability to call David Lampy at Bricker and Eckler and get that counsel. And so I'm okay with it then. So I'm just not going to say anything. And then if they need legal counsel, they can get it as we've authorized in January. We authorized 2 law firms. They're not limited to Retzel and Andrews. They can go to Bricker and Eckler.
Can they still go to?
Well, we approve both in
So,
January. Every January, we always approve 2 law firms. And they've been the same 2 law firms, I believe. Dave's been here a few months longer than me, but I believe it's been the same 2 law firms, probably, I'm guessing, maybe 7 years? 6, maybe
Correct.
6
Before
or
me,
7?
it
Well,
was,
Bricker and
it
Eckler
was
is new.
Retzel, and then Brooker came on when we did our first negotiations with you.
Right, so it was like right before you and I both came on board. So anyway, in January, we always approve 2 law firms. And that's why.
I don't remember.
Some have different expertise in different areas. You know, maybe one is geographically closer if you need a physical person, you know, just whatever. You always have options, 2 options.
So where does the motion stand?
Well, Simon motioned and Joellen seconded. And do you want to read that one more time, Dave? Because we have a motion and a second. We've already discussed. So if you read it and then we're ready for the vote.
I don't agree with this because it says the word pending legal matters, and that makes it sound like I can't do anything on anything new.
Right, this is where I'm confused.
Well, that's why we're voting. That's why we're voting.
Okay, it
So
says
it's a
motion to
motion and a
authorize
second.
Mr. Stefanik and Mr. Stevens to continue working with the district attorneys on pending legal matters that require legal guidance until they can be communicated to the rest of the Board of Education.
Right, and in January, we approved 2 law firms. So if
Right,
there's something new,
that's district
but if-
attorneys.
right, but if there's something new, that's not changing that.
The new might be if there's another issue that comes up tomorrow with employment.
I would move to amend that motion
Go ahead.
to strike pending legal matters.
Yeah.
And just say legal matters.
Okay. Because then you're opening
Right.
debate
Now that if something
at
happens,
their discretion.
Procedurally, it needs a second.
Okay, I'll second that.
so the amendment is motioned and seconded by Patry and Zakor.
But I would like you to read it one more time.
Well, we have to vote on the original one because it was already motioned and seconded and discussed. And then we
He's
amended.
amending his own motion.
Right, so we amended it, but we need to vote on the first one. We never voted on the first one.
No, we don't need to vote on that.
Oh, okay, so we amended it.
It's motion to authorize Mr. Stefanik and Mr. Stevens to continue working with the district attorneys on legal matters that require legal guidance until they can be communicated to the rest of the Board of Education.
Oh, okay.
I don't like that wording either because it makes it sound like I have to send every single thing I've asked the attorney to the board. Even if it's a question on, do I need to get a resignation letter from an employee that never worked for us?
Well,
I mean, the hands are being tied here, I feel.
Can you read it one more time, Dave? I'm sorry.
It says motion to authorize Mr. Stefanik and Mr. Stevens to continue working with the district attorneys on legal matters that require legal guidance until they can be communicated to the rest of the Board of Education.
Is there anything else you would tell me that you don't like, Mr. Stevens?
well,
I don't want my hands tied to where I can't contact an attorney on just a small clarification on anything.
How is communicating with this Board of Education going to be problematic for you to let us know what you're doing?
Because there's a lot of things that I have to deal with, and writing up a small email to state, I have talked to the attorney about a small issue, it's fine. It's just, it seems like this is asinine.
a lot of task orienting.
I'm sorry if I'm breaking character here, but this whole night has just been ridiculous. And there has never been a problem before. I have been told by other attorneys that board president, I found a presentation online from another attorney that said treasurers, superintendents, chair, other board members are able to contact the attorney. Now, they can't they can't deal with single issues from the attorney, from the board president. They still work for the board, but it doesn't mean they can't
And
be
they know
contacted.
that too. I mean, come on, they're educational.
I'm not gonna go into it anymore. I
I get it.
this whole evening has been crazy.
Exhausting.
And I am tired. There's still other things to deal with.
Yes.
Okay, so
Forgive me for stepping out of
it's
line.
okay. So, before we read it one final time, is there any, before we read the final amendment, is there any discussion? Because I would like to have Mr. Stevens read it and then vote. So is there any other discussion? Because I want him to read it and then vote while it's fresh on my
I
mind.
do have some further discussion. So, Mr. Stevens, with all due respect to your expert legal opinion here.
I am not an attorney and I do not have expert legal opinion.
All right, well, what I've suggested here is what I believe to be an issue that needs to be addressed. I think the problem is that this board is largely uninformed as to what its legal counsel that it's allegedly directing to act is doing. And so requesting that anytime the legal counsel are engaged to perform services for the district or discuss with the Board of Education, whether it be an FYI as part of an executive session, if it's pending imminent legal action, or just an FYI under executive session under another exception, or as part of the public meeting, that's not inappropriate. And so while I appreciate your input, I don't think that it changes my mind as to the importance of our administration communicating what we have directed our legal counsel of the Board of Education to do. And again, if it's just a line item, that's fine. Now, if that's taking up too much of your time, then I guess, that may impact your ability to do other things. But
Come on.
no, come on, Dave, let's be serious here. You stepped
You're
out of line.
attacking me now?
No, I'm not. I'm just telling you. I'm telling you that this board needing to be informed of what legal services are provided is an important function of what the administrator should be doing.
Can I offer that in the past, we have not always received letters from our board attorneys stating the work that and the phone calls they have received. If in the future, if both attorneys are going to do that, then asking Mr. Stevens to send an additional email is really just double the work. If we're going to get an email or going to get a letter from our board attorney stating the times and what he's talked about, asking Mr. Stevens to do that might not be the best use of his expertise. And I do also, just because I feel like it's necessary at this point, Simon, is to just point out that Mr. Stevens is not an attorney. He is, however, our school treasurer who has worked under other superintendents, with other treasurers, with attorneys, and he has practiced that relationship in the best intention, believing that the way he's communicated it and how he's used it has been the best. And I don't think that he's abused that relationship or that he's kept the board unnecessarily in the dark about what he's doing. He just lets us, if it's like he said, a small thing about, oh, I want to make sure my I's are dotted and my T's are crossed. Do I need a resignation letter? Although we might not see it as a big deal to turn around and email us, if it's going to come from a letter from the attorney, and if it's just in the daily business of running a school and he's keeping us on the right side of the law, I think that we give him his leeway as our professional treasurer. And we're all here for kids. We're all here for kids and we're all here for the community. And I appreciate, Simon, that you want to make sure that we're not going to put our community at risk for lawsuits. So I'm not minimizing your concerns, but I just also think that Mr. Stevens has done a lot of good work for us, and we continue to honor that and how it's been done, making sure that we correct things where we can. And I don't want to frustrate him, and I can see that he's feeling a little frustrated. So if we can just offer, right. So if we can just offer that our attorneys are going to send us emails delineating what they've talked about, with whom and when, that can suffice that. And if it doesn't, then Mr. Stevens, at that point, we might ask that you send us more detailed information. Well, what?
not to contradict you, but attorneys charge us for that summary letter.
Exactly, that's what I was
So
thinking.
why couldn't you,
Sort of like that.
well, I don't want to get into the weeds about a resignation letter. That is the daily operations of the school. You do have the authority. We gave you that authority in January.
Mhm.
I don't want to know that sort of thing. But if there is something that's going on, I would expect something in the Friday board update with you saying, if you need more details about this, call me.
Yeah, but I just.
I just feel, I can't speak for Simon, but I feel like there are so many issues that I've been blindsided on that, and I don't want to generalize.
Here's what I feel like, we've spent, over an hour and a half on stuff that I just don't even know what's really materializing. I'm not in favor of mastering more things to people that are already busy. I just, this whole thing is,
I can,
I'm just.
I can assure. You got to assure or you got to assure, either one. I can assure this board that any issue that would be considered to be an issue, will be reported to the board by either Dave or me.
Yes.
Things like the question, and it was a timely example because it was front and center. If we had a situation and then, where we hired a part-time employee, and then before we got all the contract things signed, the person got a full-time job somewhere, good for that person. But if it went through the board approval process, do we have to go through a resignation process to make it all official, on this side of the process? That kind of thing, that's administrivia, if you will. And I'm not sure that needs to be reported out. That's just taking care of the process because the board acted on an employee and the employee is not here. And that could be a quick update at the end of the week, or it could be something that I don't consider is to be a huge thing. If there's another situation where employment law was violated and we have to contact the attorney for that, and we could be in a legal situation, I can guarantee that the entire board will be notified of that kind of contact with the attorney. That's the kind of difference, pieces that we run into on a daily basis. And again, not that we call on a daily basis, but there are some days that are different than others.
Sure.
And so we have to, pick the phone up and say, we have to check this out, and you'll get a report. I don't think the Friday board update is the appropriate place necessarily for that, but if we could have an administrative, communique and informational piece, I can provide a summary of the more general types of calls that may or may not occur. But the big issue ones, you'll hear about that, either as we have a call into the attorney saying, we need to talk to you right now, or after we talk to the attorney and find out, what our stance is and how we have to move forward. Because then at that point, we might even be in a situation where we have to consider a special meeting,
Sure.
Get things together to really talk it out.
I appreciate that comment. That's exactly the sentiment that I was expecting, but that you were charged with that.
Right, and I have confidence in your ability to discern that between the two.
So
And we do,
I'm sorry.
we're only a couple doors down. And so, we pop our heads in each other's doorway and say like, hey, I'm taking care of this, or hey, we got this, I need your help with this. And so we're back and forth quite a bit. And I think between the two of us, we can make a determination, when you really need to be brought up to speed in a quick fashion, in a timely manner. And that, it might be like a weekly type summary type of thing.
So what are we going to do with this motion?
Yeah, so back to the original, we have a motion and a second. So if there's, well, I want to ask, are we done with the discussion? Because once we read it, I want to just be able to vote on it. So does anybody else have any more input before we read it and vote?
So if we vote yes, you're signifying what, that you want to have them communicate everything that's.
Correct, right. If he's going to read the amendment, and if it's the way I remember it, a yes vote means that Mr. Stefanik and Mr. Stevens will seems like, send us daily emails on if they call either one of our law firms. Is that correct, Simon? Is it your motion?
That's not what
It doesn't say daily emails.
Well, I
I
mean,
think the motion speaks for itself at this point.
okay, so go ahead, Dave, do you want to read it? And then,
Motion to authorize Mr. Stefanik and Mr. Stevens to continue working with the district attorneys on legal matters that require legal guidance until they can be communicated to the rest of the Board of Education.
call for vote.
I have a comment. I have a
Oh,
comment.
shoot.
Maybe we need to table this motion until we have our executive sessions.
Thank you, Joan. I'm confused.
But it was Simon's, it's
Just
Simon's choice
suggesting it.
because he motioned it.
I know, just suggesting it.
And
Okay.
this is still going
Because
off
this
of
feels-
Patry and Heatherly.
No, it's a 4.
It was Patry's
And Zakor.
amendment and Zakor seconded.
Oh, that's right.
I'm,
So wouldn't that be up to Joellen? I'm just asking, wouldn't that be up to Simon since it was his amendment? Because you're asking for it to be tabled, so.
Because I feel like it's about something specific.
mhm.
And so,
I feel we've already authorized our attorneys to act and or authorized Mark and Dave to be able to get counsel as they need. I trust them to provide us updates as they feel is appropriate. My issue is nothing to do with that. The reason for this suggested motion is because we have been told by one of our legal counsel that they will not represent us until we further provide a scope of services and authorization.
Well, that's news to me.
On that basis, I have made the foregoing motion. And the reason for the specificity is that I would suspect that we have some pending litigation with these attorneys that do not provide us the time to get this moving. And so I'm kind of, I guess at this point, out of energy in my attempts to try to facilitate this so that what's been instituted continues to be instituted. I'm really just, I guess I feel that we have another attorney that if we need them to step in, they can. So if that doesn't get approved, it doesn't get approved, then we'll have to wait till the next time we get together to figure that out.
Simon, just as a correction, I'm looking at that email. It's not saying they refuse to act. It's saying they're unclear about the role and proper steps.
I think they go a little further than that.
And that the board clarify these concerns as soon as reasonably possible. October 8th, that helps you. So there's no refusal to act until we act. It's just simply, I think, expressing a concern and need for clarity. Did you find that? October 8th.
Not yet. So I guess what I was recalling is we asked that you clarify our role as legal counsel to the Board of Education to avoid the continuation of these concerns.
Right.
And so that's what I'm referring to. They're not going to act on that. They're just going to continue it on until we do.
I understand, but I thought you stated there, we have one firm that's, refusing to take any further action until that clarity. And I'm just saying, I'm not reading it as a refusal to take further action as much as a plea to give them some clearer understanding of the process.
But fair enough. I guess the net result is the same, is that if we don't provide that guidance as a board, this is going to be delayed or continued on. And so
Well,
my thought was to assist with that, but I'm good either way.
So where are we?
I'm inclined to go with Joe. I think we need to table this for a better, clearer. I'm just getting a little
But if we
confused.
table it and something happens tomorrow,
We're still able to talk with the attorneys.
Yeah,
okay, so I just want to be clear on that. I stepped out to
My
go there.
understanding is we can still talk with the attorneys. We have the ability to do that.
Yeah, my understanding was if we table it or it gets voted down, we revert back to last January's
oh, okay,
direction.
okay.
That's the way I'm processing.
And I think that was sufficient to begin with.
I agree.
Then why did we have all this
Yeah,
conversation
why
for
did this
40
go on
minutes?
for an hour?
What we authorized in January was the superintendent and the treasurer, not the board members. My
So as
issue
it
is not
stands now,
with,
board members can't call either law firm, I just want to be
because
clear.
we've never.
Is that where we are? I don't care, I just want to know.
I am looking up
Oh, this is-
administrative guidelines or policy that would actually define what's in our policy now, which says the board will define the relationship between the board and the attorneys. And so I will find some template language to further define that phrase.
So
It was out there.
as it stands now, I just want to be clear for the 5 of us, none of us can call either law firm until we hear from Mr. Stefanik, is that what we're saying?
No, that's,
Okay.
that's absurd.
No, it's
I'm so sorry.
it's before, my understanding from the discussion that has occurred,
Yes,
that there has to be a discussion for the purpose of contacting legal attorney with the board as a whole. Then if individuals want to contact, they would already have vetted the reason why with the entire board.
after authorization.
Yes,
But we haven't voted on that. It's just, it's.
My feeling, that's what the law requires.
You're saying that's the policy, Mr. Stefanik?
no, the policy says that it says that all these things will be defined, but some of the conversation that we had here says that those things haven't been defined. So I'm going to look to see if somebody has, instead of a list of the things that need to be defined, somebody that has an expanded policy that has some of those things defined as a starting point for the board policy.
Can we just vote on, it sounds like there's maybe the best solution at this point in time is to restore the January to allow the superintendent and the treasurer to have access to an attorney and move forward
right.
in their daily functions.
That's not needed. We never suspended it.
Right.
That happens without
Okay.
any action.
That's where we are right now.
So if we defeat this present motion, then January was still in effect.
Yes.
Thank you.
And this present motion didn't rescind January, it just provided the attorney's guidance that are requesting. And so my issue isn't with Mr. Stefanik and Mr. Stevens using attorneys, it's individual board members.
And can we maybe agree that that's a further future discussion, because we do have people waiting and there's more things.
Well, I think Mr. Stefanik is going to get some,
Yeah, I'll see what's out there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
I'll check
we
and see
can-
what's out there.
we
Yeah,
can-
I agree. I had requested this happen, not at this meeting, but at the regular meeting coming up.
okay.
Okay.
So I actually had to leave in 10 minutes and it's 10 till 9. And we still have executive session and item,
Yes.
I believe, E. Sorry, my computer always zips off if I don't touch it.
Well, we have that motion, so are we voting?
Well, the amendment-
We have the second motion, so let's get it wrapped up.
Would you like to withdraw the motion, Simon?
I'll withdraw the motion. It's fine.
Okay, thank you, Simon. So item E was, you're the policy committee chair, 5111, right, D. And then we have our executive session.
Okay, so you want me to, so are we on,
So Mr. Stefanik, we're on item E, correct? Are we feel like we wrapped up D?
Yes.
Okay,
so item E is,
Policy 5111.
okay.
right.
I am one of 2 members on the board's policy committee. Committee members do not make policies. They attend Neola meetings, discuss matters, and vote with the board to approve, disapprove policies. Many policies are driven by state and federal laws. I thought it would be helpful to try and clear up misunderstandings regarding District Policy 5111D non-resident eligibility for tuition-free education. Policy 5111D states, quote, students between the ages of 18 and 22 who support themselves by their own labor, apart from their parents, reside in the district and have not successfully completed the district's high school program or their IEP shall be entitled to attend in this district free of any tuition obligation, unquote. The criteria in this policy seems fairly clear, with the exception of the phrase, who support themselves by their own labor. Applying this rule in the absence of a statutory definition of this phrase, the Ohio Attorney General provided clarification on this matter in his opinion 2014-026. As the chief law officer of the state, the Attorney General provides written opinions on legal questions at the request of designated public officials on issues arising in the course of their duties. The Attorney General indicated that, as used in RC 3313.64 F1, support means to provide or pay for sustenance or maintenance in the form of food, clothing, shelter, and other necessities or conveniences so as to enable a person to live in the degree of comfort to which he is accustomed. The language by their own labor specifies how the students support themselves. The student's labor must be the means of his self-sufficiency. Just producing a paycheck is not enough. Evidence that a person receives paychecks for employment only indicates self-sufficiency if the amount of money received enables the person to pay independently all the costs associated with providing the necessities of life consistent with the standard of living enjoyed by that person. The phrase does not apply to a person who depends on another for support. An inquiry must be made into the specific evidence of the prospective student's compensation and their standard of living to determine if they are actually independent. In policy 5111, quote, the board reserves the right to verify each student's residency for tuition-free education, as well as the validity of the claim of any student to an education in the district, unquote. My recommendation to the board is to allow reasonable opportunities for students to present their evidence of supporting themselves by their own labor, but with students understanding that maintaining a deadline in the verification process, rather than working at their own pace with dribs and drabs of evidence, is necessary in order to maintain the district's productivity, conserve financial resources, and make timely determinations of enrollment eligibility.
Thank you, Ann.
You're welcome.
So I like the suggestion that we formulate an actual timeline for students who feel that they would be eligible under 5111, kind of lay out a timeline and steps and dates of when that action is to be taken. I think that is a hugely needed corrective measure
Yes, me too.
that will allow everybody to be on the same page at the same time.
Right, I agree.
Yeah, so how do we make that happen, Mr. Stefan?
That is a relatively easy thing to happen.
Great.
You know, as we move forward, and we can put the steps in place and then communicate that out to the all the registration personnel in the district.
I'm confused though. Did you just define the policy and then go into the advisory opinion and read it verbatim? And then we went into the procedure? Did I miss something?
Say what? I'm not sure I know what you're asking.
I think I have the same question. I thought you were bringing this subject up to the agenda, you and Dave were bringing 5111 to the agenda tonight. And I didn't hear you say anything about it, but then you just read what you read.
Right, because I'm on the policy committee. What I did was, first of all, talk about 5111D and also quoted what's in our policy for 5111D. And in there, support themselves by their own labor. Clearly, there's just a misunderstanding on that. I want to make sure, because it's, what does that mean? Support themselves by their own labor. So in trying to answer that question, what does that mean? Since there is no statutory definition, the Ohio Attorney General weighed in his opinion, and I gave clarity as to what's important about the Ohio Attorney General. He's the chief law officer of the state. And what the Ohio Attorney General gleaned as what that means, who support themselves by their own labor, so that there's greater clarity and understanding that it's not just only about a paycheck or where you live. It's also about producing the documents that show that your paycheck can afford your lifestyle, which you're accustomed to, and that you are in fact using your paycheck to support yourself. And then the conclusion of that is what I suggest as a policy committee member, that how we might do things better.
Yeah, so I guess I respectfully disagree. When I read that advisory opinion from the Attorney General, it indicates that when we look at words, we have to look at their plain meaning. And it provides various definitions it took from. Some of them don't have that added language that as they've grown accustomed to. And when they kind of go into it, support themselves by labor, they say then applying these definitions means in the singular providing one's own necessities of life, such as food, shelter, and clothing by means of one's own work.
Yes.
When the phrase is read in context, it denotes a person who is not dependent on his parents or others for financing or for furnishing the necessities of human existence. So, as noted above, the statutory scheme generally places the financial burden of educating a student on the school district of the parent's residence. However, if a student meets the requirements of RC 3313.64 F1, the financial burden of educating the student is the obligation of the student's school district of residence and not that of the student's parent district of residence, unless, of course, it is the same students. So in that portion, when they're talking about supporting themselves by their own labor, they don't talk about in the way they've become accustomed. Those were them examining. That wasn't their decision that they're holding. That was them examining different variations of the definition. They also said that Merriam-Webster's Collegiate Dictionary defines support as to pay the cost of. And so when I'm looking at this, I guess I'm not reading in it too much further. The other thing is that this is our policy. And we are the ones that are deciding what we feel constitutes that. And so this would be more in tune to somebody appealing our decision. And so if we feel that someone has supported themselves by their own labor, based on this policy, I don't think there's anything preventing us from saying that they have and allowing them to attend.
Well, Simon, I hope you're not suggesting that the Attorney General's opinion is not adequate.
No,
I mean, it sounds like you're challenging the OAG opinion.
No, I'm just suggesting you misread it.
No, I don't think so. And the reason I don't think so is because two other law firms, one of them, Brickler and Heckler, I have their sheet right here. Just producing a paycheck is not enough. A statement from a head of household where the student lives saying that the student just chores for himself is not enough. Supporting themselves means to finance or otherwise facilitate. The phrase does not apply to a person who depends on another for support. There is verification to justify the finances or the expenditures, excuse me. I mean, I don't understand what's not clear.
Well, I think it's very clear. The answer is, based on what the advisory opinion is that based on the Attorney General's opinion, is that when you're looking at that, to support themselves by their own labor means, and I'm quoting directly here, in the singular, providing one's own necessities of life, such as food, shelter, and clothing by means of one's own work. I don't deny that they have to provide proof that they have income and they have expenditures. I guess the thing I'm trying to distinguish here is I want to make it very clear that it doesn't have to be to a level to which they've been accustomed. It's solely
Yes, it is,
providing
according to
necessities.
this. Well, no, I don't know what you're reading here, but in this, it says, this is the Attorney General as used in RC 3313.64 F1. Support means to provide or pay for sustenance or maintenance in the form of food, clothing, shelter, and other necessities or conveniences so as to enable a person to live in the degree of comfort to which he is accustomed. The Attorney General is saying that's in the revised code.
Page 7 of that opinion, it says, based on the foregoing. So everything before that is his analysis.
Okay.
It is my opinion,
It's a collective analysis.
and you are hereby advised that
Oh, my goodness.
for the purpose of RC 3313.64 F1, the phrase support themselves by their own labor means finance or otherwise facilitate the furnishing of necessities of life, including food, shelter, and clothing by means of their own physical or mental effort. The phrase does not apply to a person who depends upon another for support. That's the opinion on page 7.
I think that what I would like to focus on is Ann's movement forward in that we need to create an AG, an administrative guideline that is going to lay out how this policy can be used by students that feel that it applies to them, including a timeline of when to apply, what documents, they need a list of things that is expected of them to submit with that, where to submit it, dates that we will then have a turnaround, a timeline that we're going to look at it and turn it around back to them. I think that as this policy is being crafted, we can have these fine discussions on the specific points, and if this holds, then maybe this should not hold or whatever. But I think the movement here is, let's have a clear roadmap to applying this policy to any student that would like to access it.
And at some point, because we are charged with reviewing, verifying and validating, there needs to be a finality. This just can't keep going on to oblivion.
Right.
And drib and drab and drib and drab. Mr. Stefanik's very busy, we're very busy. I do believe reasonable opportunity has to be in place for a student. But we just can't keep being strung along and, over weeks.
Well, it's not fair to the student and it's not fair to us.
It's not fair to anyone.
Yeah, there needs to be a timeline and there's no exceptions. Whatever the timeline is, whether it's 48 hours, 72 hours, 5 days, whatever it is, that's it. A, B, C, D, E, and F all need to be submitted within whatever that timeline is, and then that's it.
Well, I think the policy exists related to removing a student and affording them due process with a hearing in one of our policies. I think that removal, suspension, expulsion, or permanent exclusion of students might be applicable on policy 5610. And so I guess it kind of references that loosely, I think, in the policy, in that it references to the statute that addresses that. And so I guess if we review this policy, we may want to talk about that, because it seems to me that based on our existing policy, there may be due process rights already, but which would provide for that timeline and the finality. Also would provide other things, but
I like that. I like that suggestion, Ann, and I think that's something that we can all agree on needs to be done for our students, for our families, for our community, to give them a clear picture of how to take this policy and make it work for them.
Right. So Mr. Spot, this has probably been percolating in your mind, right? Because, we ended open enrollment and now, we have this, D that has cropped up. So I'm sure in your mind, you've already been thinking, how to make this better, what to, like forensic corrective measures?
Yes.
What's your weigh-in?
Well, the suggestions that you have are the suggestions. There's got to be a more formalized process for these applications. But the more formalized process is for as we move forward. Just for the board's information, I'll read 5610 again. But typically 5610 is a disciplinary
Yes.
process,
Yes,
but
it
you can take the pieces about having a hearing to appeal the decisions, and you can roll that into 5111 if it's not already there.
But I just feel that it is in the interest of fairness to all, in the interest of fairness to the student, to the teachers, to the administrators, to the superintendent, and to the board members. There are, I guess growing up and being on your own is, it's not always easy. You gotta kind of step up. You gotta step it up when you're claiming you're self-sufficient. And I just wanna make clear that it's not just about where you live or if you have a job. That's only the beginning part. It must be shown that you can use that money to support yourself and the things that you're spending it on that prove that you're supporting yourself. And I realize that that can take some time in collecting those documents, but again, it just cannot continue for weeks and for a month. You just can't continue. It's not fair. It's hard to say no, but at some time, you say no. It's like a teacher, when you have a project due and you don't turn it in on time.
Or deadline?
A deadline,
It's a hard deadline,
then there's,
What I think is hard to define though is what you quoted from that guidance, which is whose standard of living to determine residency.
And we can figure that out when we craft this
Yeah.
policy. That's
Right,
something
and I
Well,
just
you're
wanna
talking
add
about
something.
providing evidence,
yes.
but is the evidence enough?
And we can figure that out
But
when we
that's-
talk about it, yeah.
And I think that's a great point, because the syllabus clearly, which is what you should be reading, also on the first page and last page, doesn't have anything related to what they've come accustomed to. It's just the necessities of life and being able to live independently without being dependent upon someone else for support. And if there's sufficient information provided that says that, then we can make the determination that they've satisfied.
Well, I think the way I understood it and trying to read in a little more deeper with this, Simon, is that what you've become accustomed to, it would be like if you came from a home with shelter, heat, bedroom, running bath, and then you go to another district and pitch a tent in your friend's backyard. It's that's not quite. Now, if you were a Boy Scout maybe and you lived in your backyard and then you're doing that at your new residence, I'd say maybe that's kind of consistent. But
Sure.
I
But if
think
you have a
those
lease,
things-
I guess.
I think those things were designed to sort of prevent gaming the system. I mean, that's just what I'm thinking. For example, like a car. If you were driving a car before, you're still driving a car now. That's just one way of maybe showing what you spend on that car in terms of insurance, gas, maintenance. But not everybody drives a car. Somebody could be riding their bicycle, So I like to see more options, more criteria, but keep it open enough that it's more conducive to capturing a lot of different situations. But the point is, the misunderstanding here is that it's just a job and a residence and you're in and you fall to that age category. And that's not the case, because that doesn't prove self-sufficiency just because you have a job. And then finally, we need to start.
I guess I don't understand the phrase, the misunderstanding here. I'm not aware of any misunderstanding that we're discussing right now. We're just plainly discussing this policy, are we not?
Right, just the
Okay,
policy.
so we'll discuss the policy. These are some of the nuances of the policy that maybe could use better.
Well, to me, the
Clarity.
nuances of the policy state that if you can provide the necessities of life, shelter, food, and clothing, and pay for those through your own labor, that you've satisfied the policy.
Well, and then how do you, then there's also a documentation process that you can pay, that you are paying for those things.
I think a legal obligation represented by a lease agreement, for example, proof that the income's coming in, that money's going out, all those things would be sufficient.
Yes, proof that the money's going out to where it's going. Yes, I agree with that. And then, of course, like I said, I have great empathy, if you will, for the administrators, because there needs to be some finality at some point. So, and I do want to say this too, it's not a one-shot deal. It's not a one-time deal. Think about it. At any point in time in a school year, a family can move into Tipp City, buy a property here, reside here, and their child goes here. Well, so too can a student that falls into this category.
I would add one more suggestion with regard to this policy is that right now, presently, as our policy stands, it's a decision that's made solely by the Board of Education and not by Mr. Stefanik. And so I would think that we'd want to authorize our superintendent to be the one kind of going through this and kind of verifying it versus having us to do it.
I think that because that language, Simon, and I'm not totally prepared on this, but I think that language in there about the board verifying and validating, I think that was in this.
It was in there, but I think it says reserves the right. It doesn't say that it has to be
Right,
validated by the board. It says the board reserves the right to look at the documents. So
but
So presently, as it's been interpreted by this board, has been that we are exercising and we have to. And my suggestion is that we should clarify that and make it so that Mr. Stefanik can start making these decisions versus the board, which would help, I think, with facilitating the efficiency and speed of the process.
my suggestion would be that we've opened this up for discussion. I'd like to see it continue so we can really refine this.
Yeah.
As to what that may look like in terms of timelines, proof, evidence, criteria, and who's going to take charge of that.
Right, so go ahead, Mr. Stein, do you want to kind of wrap up?
well, I've got it, we're reviewing the process as a whole, come up with something more formalized that actually has the specific steps, a timeline, a deadline date for when it comes in, and based on the example that Mr. Core just gave, and that's a good one, because if you put on there that everything has to be finalized by July 30th, for the upcoming school year, a student moves in December, that timeline doesn't necessarily work. So you have to, X number of days from the beginning of the application
Right,
or something
that's
along
what I
those
would
lines.
have, yeah.
And so we have to look at that, and that is true, that, the family residences, have the potential to change at any moment. And so these things could pop up historically, they pop up in the spring or over the summer. But they could, family dynamics change all the time. And so things could happen at other times during the year.
And I guess you can specify the examples of documentation that would be appropriate.
Yes.
Well, I'll start a list.
Yeah,
I
definitely
suggest a
a list.
list, but then I think that's the
It needs to
discussion
be
that
a
we have.
somewhat broad menu, and,
Yes.
because of the variance among
Right.
students.
Right, and so, but that would be one of those things that I think we develop, we put all the heads together and that would make the most effective listing.
Great.
I hope that clears up any, or let me say, I hope it gives someone a broader understanding
Yes.
of what policy 5111D actually
Right,
entails.
and I wanted to declare for the community, just so that they're aware, 5111 is separate from open enrollment. Now there is a section in 5111 that references open enrollment as an option for tuition free, but the open enrollment policy and the annual decision on open enrollment for each district is something separate from 5111. And I would suggest that 5111 is a more individualized policy where you don't typically have big groups coming forward and listing a provision in 5111 for attendance, where open enrollment is an offering for the whole district and the whole community at large. And so with some of the information that has been shared, either officially, to members of the board and myself, or some things that were online in social media circles, I think 5111 and open enrollment got merged together. But they are different policies with different criteria.
I think speaking on that matter, it just was so apparent how totally what I call illogic extreme coming in on some of these social media sites. I mean, the misunderstandings, wow, they were just huge.
I disagree. I don't think there were.
Well, when someone rebukes you for saying you shouldn't be telling a student what kind of food they should be eating, I'd say that's a pretty big misunderstanding. When this policy has nothing to do with what kind of food somebody eats. And nor is this board's interested, in my opinion, that I knew of with it.
And again, just a caution to the board.
Yes.
We can't talk about any specific instances. We're talking about the policy, and I just don't want any comments to.
Well, that's what I
into
mean,
that area.
in that criteria, I don't think there's we can look at what components can go in there.
Yes.
So does that, are we, Mr. Savani, is that good? 5111 D, Ann's our policy member. She kind of, just did like a 50,000 level overview. Is there anything else that you would like to add at this time, this discussion item, before we move into executive session?
I don't have anything. No.
Does anybody else, Mr. Stevens, Jerome, Simon, Corinne, Ann?
I do. I think that anything that results of this conversation needs to be presented to the entire board before for further input and suggestion as to what the form the policy should take.
Absolutely.
Oh, most definitely.
Absolutely.
I look at it as another work session.
Work session.
Yeah, for
Item
sure.
where we can sit here and we can talk it through.
Right, that'd be great. Anybody else? Simon, do you have any more, or is that your final? You good? Okay.
Mr. Veerhoff, you want to say hi to the group before?
Yeah.
Good.
Okay, if everybody is good with item E, then we'll move on to section 4, executive session. All right. Motion to adjourn to executive session for purposes authorized under Board of Education Policy 0166 and ORC 121.22G1 and 5 to consider the investigation of complaints against public employees or officials and to discuss matters required to be kept confidential by federal law or regulations or state statutes. So I just need a motion.
I'll make a motion.
Second?
I'll second.
Motion and second, Heatherly and Zakor. Dave, we're ready for a vote?
Heatherly,
Yes.
Zakor,
Yes.
Dahl,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Patrick.
Yes.
So we're gonna stay in this room? As always, okay.
Anyone being invited in?
Oh, sorry, yeah. Thank you.
Are you taking any action?
The board would like to invite Mr. Stefanik into the executive session, and we do not anticipate any action. Thank you for the reminder, Dave.
Anybody want any water?
I have some, thank you.
I'm gonna muy frio.
Go.
It is 10:15 and I am going to declare us back into regular session.
Madam President, I know that we indicated we didn't have anticipate any official action to be taken after the executive session, but based on the information that has been provided to us on executive session, I think it's important to take action now. I would therefore move to approve a student under 5111 based on newly provided financial information and expenses that was provided during executive session. And so that individual student who was a subject matter of that executive session's information session may be continued to be at Tipp City Schools on and for the rest of the year.
I'll
I
second.
have a motion. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Motion by Simon, seconded by Joellen. Is there any discussion? No? Okay, Dave, we're ready for a vote.
Patrick,
Yes.
Heatherly,
Yes.
Dahl,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes,
Zakor,
Yes.
motion carries. So moving on to miscellaneous, if my laptop will help here. The next regular board meeting will take place at 6 p.m. on Monday, October 26, 2020, at the Board Education Office. Ohio School Boards Association will host their annual Capital Conference and Trade Show virtually this year, November 7th through the 10th, 2020. And that's it. All I need is a motion to adjourn.
A motion.
I'll second. Motion is seconded by Dahl and Dunaway. Dave, do you want to take a vote?
Dahl,
Yes.
Dunaway,
Yes.
Heatherly,
Yes.
Patrick,
Yes.
Zakor.
Yes.
I have one,
Meeting is adjourned at 10:62.
sorry, can I ask a quick question? Are we off?
Not yet.
Okay.